It's bigger, better, expanded Productivity Awareness Week 2022 under the theme Expanding National Consciousness Towards Greater Productivity.
Discussion. With us today, we would recognize our Minister, the Honorable Emma Hippolyte, Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives, and Consumer Affairs. Ms. Sophia Henry, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce. We'd also like to recognize members of the Cannabis Task Force, members of the panel, Mr. Martin Gelsma, Director of Drugs and Policy for the Transnational Institute, Dr. Stephen King, Consultant Pathologist, Mr. Andre DeCaries, Dr. Marshall Emmanuel, Ms. Vicky Hansen, Caribbean Coordinator for Cannabis Fair Trade, and Ms. Heather Aziz. At this time, before we formally commence, we would like to call on Prophet Alem of the Ethiopian African Black International Congress to welcome us with a word of prayer.
Yes, blessed love to one and all. Please stand, give thanks. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, God and Clarent and take glory be to our Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, Jah will without end, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, giving thanks, cutting and clearing, renting and tearing, giving thanks for the gathering, what a gathering it will be, giving thanks for life, cutting and clearing, giving thanks for all things that are good. Give thanks for the holy herb same way, and give thanks for everyone who's been here now and have been here before, Giving thanks for life. Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari.
Thank you, Prophet Alem. We will make a slight adjustment to our program and take the virtual presentations. But at this time, we would like to welcome the Honorable Emma Hippolyte, Minister of Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives, and Consumer Affairs, to bring the welcome remarks. The Honorable Emma Hippolyte is also the Chair of the Cannabis Task Force.
Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce, Mrs. Sophia Alfie Henry. We have the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health. Other government officials. I see a rep from the Ministry of Agriculture. Very good. Dr. Stephen King, our panelists. Mr. Bernie Manuel, the Director of the Bureau of Standards and the PRO for the task force. Mr. DeCaris, who's a member of the task force. Other members of the Cannabis Task Force who are here. We have Mr. Martin Gelsma, Director Drug and Democracy, TNI. Mr. John Walsh, Director Drug Policy at the WOLA. Mr. Marcus Day, our drug policy expert and activist, Mr. Vicky Hansen, coordinator, TNI, and Mr. Pian Metal, coordinator, TNI, members of the Rastafarian community, specially invited guests, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I don't usually start by my address with an apology, but I want to apologize to have you waiting for about half an hour. But I need to tell you that I had an investor who actually flew in today, and I had to attend the signing ceremony of the Honorable Prime Minister. So I please ask for your apology and to thank you for your patience. So you have me now 100% with you.
We cannot hear.
You cannot hear? So where is our technician though? So you need to give me some power. You'll fix it? Thank you. So esteemed ladies and gentlemen, Genesis 1:12, and I'm quoting from the great book, the earth brought forth vegetation, plants yielded seeds according to their own kinds, and trees bearing fruits in which is their seed, each according to its kind. And God saw this and said that it was good. The perception and status of cannabis internationally, I think we need to. Has been subject to pockets of reassessment and change over the last 20 years. Cognizant of this wind of change and the issues faced with the current regime, this administration, while vying for office, promised to examine and reform the legal posture towards cannabis. Immediately upon assuming office, we sought to make good on this promise. Fortunately, this cabinet of ministers did not have to start from scratch and benefited from the reports of the CARICOM Cannabis Commission and subsequent St. Lucia Cannabis Commission, which had in 2020 submitted a report advising on the revision of cannabis legislation and the legalization of cannabis in St. Lucia. This administration hit the ground running and shortly after assuming office, amended the legislative provision regarding the expunsion of records for cannabis possession and the parameters for possession of cannabis itself. As a result of this action, St. Lucians with convictions for possession of cannabis can now apply to have their convictions expunged and receive another chance at life without the solid record. As a result of my government's intervention, each person here today is now legally permitted to carry 30 grams of cannabis on his or her person without the threat of arrest or conviction. As a result of our promise to put you, the people, first, up to 4 cannabis plants within the home of any person here will no longer result in arrest, charge, or conviction. These steps were but the first few of the marathon which we have embarked on pursuit to our resolute intention to develop and implement a holistic, responsible, practical, and balanced cannabis regime in St. Lucia. This marathon has been driven by the St. Lucia Cannabis Task Force, appointed by the Cabinet of Ministers, and tasked with the development and implementation of a regime which on paper and in practice would serve as the envy of our region, of our regional counterparts, relevant international entities, and others. In an effort to ensure that the posture and decisions taken were duly informed by the required stakeholders, the task force benefited and continues to benefit from the expertise of representation from a cross-section of government ministries, as well as representatives from the Ayanola Council for the Advancement of Rastafari and the St. Lucia Cannabis Movement. A number of subcommittees tasked with more specific areas have and continue to lend support to the cause. Our task is not yet complete, but I think the members of the task force would approve of me saying that the thunderous roar of your applause at the finish line continues to serve as a fire in our bellies to sustain us through the upcoming sprint to the finish. Though the draft legislation has not yet been made available for public consumption and review, I will take the opportunity to give a brief overview of some salient points of the regime under development. Licensed cultivation, importation, manufacturing, and retail of cannabis and cannabis products under this regime will only be for medicinal and industrial purposes. The cannabis regime to be unveiled shall form the first product under a holistic control substances bill. This regime will, in the coming months and years, be expanded to oversee other products and substances believed to require similar regulation and management. This legislation will work collaboratively and complement the amended Drugs Prevention of Misuse Act, Pharmacy Act, Standards Act, and other relevant legislation to ensure a robust and adequate monitoring regime. A governmental entity akin to what we refer to as a statutory body will be created to oversee and regulate the industry. This entity will be responsible for issuing licenses, among other things. A myriad of licenses have been proposed for the industry, including, but not limited to, various cultivation licenses, manufacturing licenses, dispensary and retail licenses, importation licenses, research licenses, prescription licenses, export licenses, and transport licenses. Cultivators will have the opportunity to cultivate cannabis for industrial or medicinal purposes under a duly approved license. Unless otherwise permitted, all cultivated cannabis will be sold to licensed central distributors. These central distributors will be restricted in number and serve as the point for testing as well as quality and standards control and management. Allow me to be so bold as to assume that my next few points will be of particular interest to most, if not all of you in attendance, and as such advise you to listen attentively and carefully. Retail or dispensing of medicinal cannabis shall take place through one or two mechanisms. Class 2 medicinal cannabis shall require a prescription and will be obtained only from Class 2 retailers or dispensers. Class 1 medicinal cannabis will not require a prescription and may be obtained from Class 1 or Class 2 dispensers. Let me reiterate. Class 2 medicinal cannabis shall require a prescription and will only be available at licensed Class 2 dispensers, while Class 1 medicinal cannabis may be purchased without a prescription from any licensed retailer or dispensary point. The obvious burning question that you may have is, what distinguishes Class 1 from Class 2 medicinal cannabis? A medicinal advisory committee recognized under the proposed bill will advise the minister on the parameters which will distinguish between Class 1 and Class 2. Possessed with that advice, the minister by order will so dictate. So one of the things we're going to have is an advisory committee, technical committee that is going to work and advise. I cannot overstate my next point enough. Individual possession of more than 40 grams of cannabis will not be permitted. Possession of Class 2 medicinal cannabis without a prescription will not be permitted. Smoking in public will not be permitted. Smoking in public will not be permitted. And brothers and sisters, I hope you understand the importance of this. Because we have persons who are allergic to smoke generally, not only cannabis smoke, but also cigarette smoke. Smoking in public, it is now not permitted. So we will continue. Smoking in public will not be permitted. The sale of cannabis to minors will not be permitted. I want to repeat that. The sale of cannabis to minors will not be permitted. As a matter of fact, the sale or provision of cannabis products to minors outside of strict circumstances where an authorized medical practitioner has so prescribed shall be a criminal offense. And that is important because of the research that has taken place. We need to understand that unless we have our full arms around this, that we need to protect our minors, our young people. So we are asking that you work with us. We assure you that the intention to develop an inclusive regime does exist, but such an intention is not blind to the fact that cannabis remains a narcotic which international conventions speak to and continue to strongly regulate. So as a country, we need to ensure that whatever we are doing is still within international laws. If we don't walk this particular straight line and don't adhere to international laws at the moment, we stand to run afoul of international law. And if we run afoul of international law, our banking system will be in jeopardy, our entire economy will be in jeopardy. So we have to take the steps that we are taking one step at a time. At the moment, internationally, cannabis is still a narcotic. And because these international laws still exist, we need to walk a straight and narrow line. As such, we will need all interested parties to keep in mind that standards will have to not merely be met, but diligently maintained to ensure a working regime which will satisfy international obligations. And later on, we'll be talking all about the standards and how it is. But we just want to tell you, so far you have been working with us. We want you to continue working with us as we push this industry so that all of you here can benefit from it. I know you may have many questions on a number of aspects of the industry which I have just sought to introduce. And I know for some, leaving you with just that and little else would seem an unsatiating appetizer. But I assure you that within the coming weeks, at the next of our panel planned public consultation, you will receive greater detail on the areas of concern that you may have, your interests and your intrigue. So I am just telling you that this is the beginning of significant public conversations, and I want you to participate and be part of it as we try to unravel and give birth to this new baby. I nonetheless want to take the opportunity to strongly advise everyone here to note that the intention of this regime is not to facilitate or endorse the population achieving an unrestricted or unbridled high, because we don't want the negatives that is out there. We are building an industry, and an industry must have economic benefits for you. There are a lot of negatives about cannabis. So I want you to work with us to remove these negatives. That is the moment for us to build an industry for you here and for all our brothers and sisters to benefit. The intention that I hope that you will all share is that this will serve as an opportunity for us individually and as a nation to achieve not highs, but new heights in our agriculture, enterprise, manufacturing, tourism, and so many other areas and industries. I want to encourage you to see cannabis not only as a plant that people smoke and consume to get high, but as a multi-dimensional, versatile, and multifaceted plant that can remedy and address medicinal and industrial and many other deficiencies in St. Lucia, the region, and the world. Think about the seeds, the different medicines, the animal feed, the rope, and other building material. The opportunities are nearly limitless. So I want you, when you now start thinking of the plant, before that you have it as the use for sacramental and for smoking. That we respect and that you get all the protection on this. but you also need to see the plant as having significant other benefits for you and for the population. On that point, we have today brought together a panel of experts who will today present to you on matters surrounding the cannabis plant and the cannabis industry. On behalf of the government of St. Lucia and the Cannabis Task Force, I invite you to listen attentively, digest the information, comment when necessary, critique today and at our future consultations so that we are able to establish the best, the safest, the most responsible, and yet lucrative cannabis industry possible. Ladies and gentlemen, with God and with Jah, all things are possible. May He guide us on this journey. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister, for these uplifting, highly anticipated remarks. At this time, we will go through a series of presentations, starting with Mr. Martin Gelsma, who is the Director of the Transnational Institute, and a presentation entitled The Transnational Institute, Who We Are and What We Are Fighting For. Welcome, Mr. Gelsma.
Thank you, Minister and distinguished guests and friends. Thanks to the task force for organizing this event, and I'm really pleased and honored to be here. It's my first time in St. Lucia, not the first time in the Caribbean, but in St. Lucia it is, and I'm looking forward very much to spend a couple of days here and learn more about this beautiful island, and yeah, also from the discussions with all of you, and also from other islands, people are still arriving for more meetings. About the Transnational Institute, no, it's an international policy research advocacy institute. It's independent, international. It's the main office is in Amsterdam, but our activities are around the world. We deal with different policy areas, not only cannabis or drug-related issues, also international trade issues or peace and security issues. But I'm working on the drugs program, and I'll focus now on our work that we are doing in the field of cannabis. Now the big principles, the guiding principles of the Institute, now in general are we try to support movements, but also governments who want to steer the world into a more sustainable, more peaceful direction, based on human rights principles, social justice and development. And those same principles we also use in our work around cannabis policies. There are basically three areas of work when it comes to our cannabis work. Firstly, working with small farmers to try to help them get access to the emerging legal markets. We're doing that, not only here in the Caribbean, but also in Colombia, in Morocco, in Thailand, and in several other places. At the second level, we have been working already for 25 years now at the level of the United Nations, the Commission on Narcotic Drugs. We've been analyzing how the UN drug control system works, how it was constructed, but also what are currently the obstacles in the treaties for further reforms. And the third level of work that we're doing is directly working with governments who want to reform cannabis policies and who want to find the most responsible way to regulate the market. We are, in that sense, we support actively legally regulated markets, for medical, for sacramental, for industrial, but also for adult use. So a few words about how we got here, after all these decades of repression and prohibition. In our view, we see it as a historical mistake that cannabis ever became part of these UN drug control treaties. It is already a weird concept to think to eradicate certain plants from the planet, to prohibit things that nature has given us, but also the specific origins of the cannabis prohibition have clearly colonial and racist roots, and we still haven't overcome those. And part of the reforms that are going on are also, in that sense, to overcome the colonial and racist roots of the prohibition system. The consequences of the system that has been built, and the 1961 Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs was the real bedrock for the system. Now, the consequences these past decades, and many of you have experienced it, have been criminalization of whole cultures, criminalization of religion, millions of people around the world incarcerated, people with criminal records that are an obstacle for many things in life. To reform this whole system that has been constructed over the decades at the UN level is a very difficult, complicated process. That has to do with how the system works at the moment. Now, the Commission on Narcotic Drugs makes decisions by consensus. It's very difficult in that sense to move forward. The reforms that have taken place already have led to a lot of polarization in Vienna, the seat of the UN drug control system. The International Narcotics Control Board keeps pressuring countries to stop reforms. Also, the World Health Organization, the WHO, review has shown how difficult it is to get fundamental reforms in that regard. Now, they did a very thorough review of cannabis. They recommended good step forward in the sense of recognizing the medical properties of the plant, and also to take it out of the Schedule 4 of the treaty. But still, they stopped short of also recommending it to take it out of Schedule 1, which means that it is still classified as a narcotic drug at the same level as cocaine or other drugs. So at the UN level, there is a paralysis, there is a stalemate. But the good news is that these past decades also have, especially the past decade, I would say, have seen winds of change, as the minister referred to. More and more countries are moving away from this repressive approach. It started already longer ago with about more than 30 countries by now decriminalizing possession and use. More than 60 countries now have recognized medical use. But also and that's more recent, in the past decade, legal regulation of the full market for all kinds of use, including the adult or non-medical or recreational, however you want to call it. So that has happened, yeah, in Uruguay, in Canada, but by now also 19 states in the US. That means about 40% of the American population is living in states where it is fully legally regulated. And now, very recently also in Europe, this trend starts to move in that direction. Of course, the Netherlands, where TNI is based, for a longer time has already the famous coffee shop system, but never went further in terms of legally regulating cultivation, for example. The whole supply is still completely criminalized also in the Netherlands. But now countries like Luxembourg, Malta, and most recently Germany are considering to take this step. And that will be potentially really a game changer for Europe, but also with impact at the global level. Also Mexico, of course, is already close to taking this step. In Colombia, the new government has announced also to work towards a fully legally regulated market. And in some of the countries in the Caribbean, of course, this discussion is also starting. All of these countries are struggling, exactly what the minister referred to, the legal obstacles that going beyond medical industrial means also problems, tensions with international law of the three treaties. And we also fully agree that maintaining respect for international law is important. But there are also possibilities and discussions going on how those tensions could be resolved in the coming years. Now, for now, those first countries who have already taken this step sort of, accept for themselves a period of non-compliance. Uruguay argues it on the basis of human rights arguments that they think have more relevance than the drug control treaties. But there's also recognition that this period of non-compliance can only be a temporary solution, and that for a longer term, there have to be real solutions to get around these the violations or tensions with the treaties, and also on that issue we are working closely with the countries that are struggling with those problems. Talking about the possibility of reservations under the treaties or inter se modification agreements, that a group of countries among themselves can agree certain adaptations of how they apply the treaties among themselves. So those are not easy processes, but they are being discussed. And I'm also convinced that within a few years there will be breakthroughs in terms of substantial legal changes, maybe not in the treaties themselves, but in the obligations for specific countries. I won't go into further details, but at least the discussion has started, and I think also in this regard, the path that Germany is going to take is going to be important, because they don't want to follow the example of Uruguay and Canada. They want to really start with finding these legal solutions to their international law tensions. A final argument to make now is that, in spite of all these promising progress that has been made, and exciting things that are happening also here in the region, there are also serious concerns about the direction these emerging markets are taking at the moment. Because the model now is, and that's for the medical market, but even more so for these first countries that are regulating also for non-medical users. The concerns have to do with that the model that those countries are choosing now means that the cultivation more and more shifts from the traditional southern countries to the north, from outdoor to indoor growing facilities, and to more and more capture by big corporations, which leave, basically leave small farmers behind in this historical transition from the prohibition regime towards a legally regulated future. The consequences also of this shift to indoor cultivation is that it comes with a huge carbon footprint, with high energy use. We've been trying, actually in a report that we are publishing today for the German case, we've tried to quantify how much it will take in terms of energy if the whole German market would be produced indoors, domestically. And those are dramatic figures. It is a serious concern that needs to be taken into account. But Germany is also a good example in terms of the difficulty for traditional countries and traditional farmers to get any access to these markets. Because even for the medical market, Germany is already the biggest medical market as well. But the imports that Germany is doing right now is coming for 90% from Canada, from the Netherlands, from Denmark, from Portugal. There are only very small amounts that are coming from Caribbean countries or from African countries. And that has proven very difficult to meet the standards that are applied in Germany. And the fear is that this will only get worse in the case of the adult markets that they are now preparing. No, they're preparing legislation for the end of this year. And the medical market in Germany is around between 30-40 metric tons a year. The adult market is estimated to be 400 metric tons. And the risk is that also because of those international law obstacles, because medical, of course, is still allowed under the treaties, so also international trade is more easy to justify. But just like Uruguay and Canada have done, or the US states, until now, no import possibilities have been allowed. And in Germany, this is a discussion that is going on right now, because they haven't decided fully. but several are arguing that the best solution would be to allow only domestic production, which will be mainly indoors, with the consequences that I already mentioned. Of course, for indoor production, of course, gives the best way to fully standardize the production, to meet the highest types of standards, which especially for the medical market are important. But at the same time, it's also a myth that basic standards cannot be met by outdoor growing, including also by smaller producers, smaller farmers. There are the GACP standards, there are also WHO standards for medical plants. There are basic standards that of course have to be applied, products have to be certified, etc. But it is a myth that it is not possible and that the only way to give protection to consumers is to have it produced indoors. So to finish, a few conclusions, also more looking at the Caribbean. For the Caribbean, I think, because most of the reforms so far have, of course, focused on the medical, on the sacramental and industrial use. And I think for those markets, it is very important to also establish a regional market, to find a way to have a regional trade agreement in the region. Also because the access to the international markets is more and more difficult and more saturated by bigger companies producing in the north. So it is not easy to, also talking about economic benefits, to have high expectations about what those markets can bring for the region in terms of exports outside of the region. Therefore, we think it is also important that the region continues the discussion on possible regulation of the non-medical market, of the adult market, because there potentially the prospects could be higher in terms of economic benefits. But also if the region waits too long to also take steps in that direction, while all around the region, basically everybody is already moving in that direction. In the US, in Canada, in Mexico, in Colombia, soon the whole Caribbean region will be surrounded by fully legally regulated markets. So if the Caribbean does not move fairly rapidly also in this direction, the consequence will be that also that international market will be fully closed and captured by big industry in the north. Of course, regulation now needs to be done in a responsible way. There are risks involved, especially for adolescents. So the minister mentioned the need for protection of the youth, etc. But in that sense, we do agree with the conclusion of the St. Lucia Cannabis Commission here that those risks are more effectively managed and minimized within a responsible, regulated public health rights framework. And there is by now also sufficient evidence from the other countries that have regulated that indeed those risks can be minimized and managed, and in a better way than the criminal market has been able to do. Yeah, I'm finishing. So I think that's not where the main concerns are. I think the bigger challenge is to find a way to regulate these markets with social justice and sustainable development principles, that rights are protected, that traditional farmers are not excluded, and yeah, to ensure that the economic benefits of these legal markets really contribute to the development of the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jelsma, and setting the context of where we are internationally and what we are fighting for. At this time, we will have our second presenter, consultant pathologist, Dr. Stephen King, and his presentation would be Cannabis in Mainstream Medicine.
I think we have a presentation to show, so please put it up for our people. Good afternoon. It's good to be with you, and what I think and I hope is a new and better way. Cannabis, there it is. It's just a plant. It has seeds, has leaves, has flowers, it has stems, it has roots. It's just a plant. It's got chemicals, yes, and we'll talk a little bit about what those chemicals can do. Do I control it from here? Let me see. Well, you know, technology, eh? What do I press to move it on? On the side? Point it at that screen there, and I press which one? There we go. Okay. What I'm showing you here are two neurons speaking to each other, our nerve cells. Most of the chemicals in cannabis affect two main systems, affect many systems, but two main systems when it comes to medicine that we are concerned with, the neurological system and the immunological system. We have in our bodies what we call an endocannabinoid system, which is our own cannabinoids that we produce. So it's a very powerful system. It's a system of regulation and control. So what happens is every time neurons are speaking to each other in their chemical interactions, what you will find is endocannabinoids are produced to slow down and control that communication, because you don't want neurons constantly arguing or constantly shouting at each other. So that's what the endocannabinoid system does. It also does it with the immune system. So here we have all our immune cells, and they're reacting and causing inflammation, etc., in reacting to various things. The endocannabinoid system also will suppress those actions. Now, of course, when we take on board cannabinoids, they will mimic that. So, no, yes, no, maybe. Oh, there we go. Right. There are many receptors that recognize cannabinoids in our bodies. There are the CB1 receptors, CB2 receptors, TRPV and TRPA, a whole host of receptors. This diagram just shows you the distribution of CB1 receptors, cannabinoid 1 receptors, which tend to be the most numerous in the neural system, especially the central nervous system. And you can see here that there are many functions that are affected by the activation of these CB1 receptors. Hence, you'll understand why cannabis has a number of effects of the central nervous system. Some of those are beneficial, some of those are adverse, depending on the context of the person, what's going on with them, and what they're trying to achieve. And just to show you why does cannabis that we take mimic our endocannabinoid system. There's the brain's chemical. One of them is called anandamide. The other one is 2-AG. And there is THC on the other side, the purple one. And you can see how similar they are in terms of their molecular configuration. So it's easy, like a lock and key into the receptor, which is why the THC will stimulate the CB receptors just like anandamide. And it's similar for other cannabinoids. So, it's a complex process, right? So that is one of the reasons why there has been a lot of controversy, apart from the politics and the racism and the economics and the commercialism that has distorted the conversation with regards to cannabis, but also the very cannabis itself because of its the complexity of the plant and the complexity of us when we interface with the plant. And so that has caused a lot of, shall we say, debate. Because the root, the configuration of the chemicals, the entourage effect, how much THC to how much CBD to how much CBG to how many terpenes are there, the whole entourage effect will change the impact of particular set of cannabis on a particular person. Our own context and our own biology, our own makeup. If you use cannabis in one place versus another, you will have it may have a different impact on you. Now, cannabis has been with us from in fact, the dawn of time. It has been a medicine for well over 6,000 years. So human history and human experience has clearly shown the medical use of cannabis. And there's little debate, I think, from historians on this. The United States in 1942 did remove it from the pharmacopoeia, and it is in those early years of the 20th century that cannabis, the historic mistake that we heard about earlier, was made. Currently, however, even the FDA has come around to recognizing the medical benefits of cannabis, and drugs like that have nabilone and dronabinol, Epidiolex, all of them have all now been FDA approved. And there are others in Europe, Sativex and so on. They are both synthetic as well as extracts that are being used in a pharmaceutical way. So the world has already moved on this matter. It's relatively recent that the endocannabinoid system was actually identified in 1964. The CB1 receptor in 1988 and the whole system in 1995. So it's part of the science and our understanding of the science is still relatively new. That long paragraph you see there just shows you how widespread are the receptors and how widespread are the impacts of the cannabinoids. There have been studies upon studies upon studies on cannabis. You can go back to the Indian hemp study in 1893. And there are numerous studies. The IOM was the Institute of Medicine that actually was part of the National Academies of Science, which is what it is right now. But there have been numerous studies on the social impacts, the regulatory impacts, how we should be doing it, the medical benefits, the medical impacts, the adverse effects. It has been studied a lot. There are two studies, 2017 and 2018. One is not really a study, one is a report, which is the CARICOM Commission on Marijuana. I would recommend that be in your library because that is a very powerful document. The other one is a 2017 document from the National Academies of Science on the health effects of cannabis and cannabinoids, the current state of evidence and recommendations for research. That is a very good document, and it's one in which I'm going to draw most of what I'm talking about because it was the few documents that looked at all the evidence and all the various papers and tried to come up with where there was strong evidence for certain effects of cannabis. And this is really taken more or less from that report. So where has cannabis been shown to be of significant or conclusive use? Chronic pain, nausea and vomiting, muscle spasms, especially in MS, anti-inflammatory. It has also been shown in sleep disorders, in seizures. You may remember a whole series of documentaries with Sanjay Gupta on CNN, and he was talking about Charlotte's Web, and I mean, it was really the anti-seizure impacts of cannabis that impressed him, especially with Dravet syndrome and Lennox-Gastaut syndromes, which are really horrible seizures that are genetic conditions that create these horrible seizures, and cannabis was shown to be very effective at controlling those seizures. But it is used for all seizures, in fact. There were areas where they said there was some limited evidence, although our own UWI very early showed that cannabis was useful for glaucoma. And I mean, I think Canasol is their product that they developed. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders does list cannabis problems, mental health problems, cannabis use disorder, cannabis intoxication, cannabis withdrawal, psychosis, amotivational syndrome. So there is no doubt that we've also shown that cannabis can have adverse mental health effects. And it depends on, as I said before, it's a complex and sophisticated plant in a complex and sophisticated system, namely our bodies. So it's not surprising that it is not an easy road to travel. But here's what the National Academy of Science report said there's conclusive evidence of, that cannabis can cause psychosis, especially in susceptible individuals. And they even go as far as saying certain genetic predispositions might be there. As a rule, if you have cannabis psychosis in your family, I wouldn't advise you to use cannabis. But there are other issues: low birth rates of children, motor vehicle accidents in terms of intoxication with cannabis, and driving. Chronic bronchitis, however, not so much COPD, which is interesting. It can cause bronchitis, but it does not seem to have the same impact in terms of COPD, but we'll come back to that. Immune suppression, because remember, as I said before, it is an immune modulator. It suppresses the immune system, so it's not surprising that it does have an immune suppressive effect. There's limited evidence of I mentioned COPD. However, I would remind our brothers and sisters of our own St. Lucian experience and our own St. Lucian study. When out of the Victoria Hospital emergency room and in the wards, review of data, which has been published, showed that the mixing of cannabis with tobacco was actually associated with early COPD in our country. And this is a common practice in our communities, and it's a practice which we should cease and desist. If you use cannabis by itself, and if you're going to use tobacco, use it by yourself. Don't mix them, please. But in terms of order of what causes COPD, what we found was mixing of tobacco and cannabis was associated with early onset COPD. Tobacco by itself, later onset COPD. Cannabis itself, we did not see a high level of COPD with cannabis alone. Substance abuse. The gateway theory. You often hear people talking about, why we don't use cannabis, or why we say cannabis should not be used is because if you use cannabis, you'll go on to cocaine and other drugs. Well, the gateway theory has since been debunked, and really the theory of substance use and abuse is a common liability theory, meaning that I have the problem and I seek out the solution in a substance. It's not the substance that has the problem, okay? And one of the reasons for changing the regime and having a public health approach and a humanistic approach, a human development approach, a medical approach, is that substance abuse, which is poorly served in our country in terms of strategies to deal with substance abuse. We have a massive alcohol problem, for instance, and we do have a significant cannabis use situation on our hands. Adverse childhood experiences reduction is a critical element that must be done, which speaks, of course, to the wider aspect of health and public health, meaning how we raise our children is important, whether they're going to find themselves using substances or not. Education, yes, of them, but education of everybody, in fact, as about cannabis and the uses and the impacts and so on. Counseling services that are, again, in short supply. So if you have anxiety, you should be able to find yourself to a counselor very easily, rather than having to resort to your substances to reduce your anxieties. Mental health issues. There are a few things that I think that reading all the papers come across. High THC variants do seem to be associated with accelerating the development of psychosis in persons prone to psychosis. So we have to be careful with the high THC variants, especially in people who have a tendency towards psychotic episodes. Heavy use of high THC variants in adolescents is associated with cannabis use disorder. Cannabis use disorder is when the person spends a lot of their time seeking cannabis, thinking about cannabis. So cannabis tends to consume their life, which makes them less productive. So again, that is why we are hesitant to, or we would like to reduce the use of high THC variants in our adolescents. Better yet, have our adolescents stay away from cannabis and all substances for that matter, all mind-altering substances. The whole ratios of cannabinoids are important because the CBD seems to actually ameliorate or alter the THC. So that is where the THC CBD ratios come into play. And of course, other cannabinoid ratios. CBD itself, as I said here, is actually being currently researched for antipsychotic and anti-anxiety properties by itself. My last few slides. Here's a recent thing off the internet from Minnesota, talking about what conditions do you qualify, if you have these, you qualify for cannabis use. Alzheimer's disease, especially with agitation. Now, I've had personal experience with elderly people with dementia that were agitated, and we have tried cannabis with them, and it works. It does work. So we all know that. So that's one. ALS, autism spectrum disorder, cancer, that's pain, nausea, vomiting, cachexia, and wasting syndromes. Chronic motor or tics, like Tourette syndrome and so on. Chronic pain, glaucoma, in HIV and AIDS, certain issues with HIV and AIDS, especially appetite and so on. Inflammatory bowel disease, sleep apnea, and there the other post-traumatic stress disorder, seizures, muscle spasms, sickle cell, and terminal illness. So my conclusion is that there is a place for cannabis in mainstream medicine. Cannabis is not a panacea that will solve all of our ailments, but it is definitely a useful tool to have in your armamentarium to help people cope. I think there's no doubt about that. And as doctors, our first calling is people's safety and people's welfare. And we must do this essentially at all intellectual and other costs on all of our, if you know what I mean. In other words, we must not be hypocritical about how we treat people. We must treat people where we find them with whatever we can to treat them so that they can have a better, they can cope better, and they can have an optimal mental, physical, social space, which is what we call health. Whatever problems you have, we must help you to be in the best possible place. This is a doctor's role, not to judge, not to pontificate, but to help. There is need for more research. I think there's no doubt about that. Okay? But you cannot do research unless you're allowed to do research. So you cannot do research in a constrained and restricted environment. So there's a need to reduce the harmful effects of cannabis and to me, very importantly, the harmful regulatory regime. The health effects of the negative health effects of the current harmful criminalized regime are worse than the anticipated harmful effects of cannabis. So, I mean, when you throw a young person into borderline, you have a significant impact on their lives. So from a public health perspective, looking at how we keep people most healthy, clearly the public health response must be, let us change the regime so that we allow the legal production and use of cannabis for medical purposes, right? Also for research, for sacramental purposes. I would also say for recreational adult purposes, because I do think that is also important, right? And of course, we can control it so we don't have the youth. We can control the youth use. We can control the types of cannabis products that are available. So we can make the drug itself or the products themselves safer. So at the end of the day, I think I applaud the minister and the task force for getting us to a safer place, and let us join with them and let us work as we can to really ensure that the new regime we're going to promote is going to truly redound to the benefit of our public health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. King. At this time, we will have our third presenter, Mr. Andre De Keris, who will present on cannabis, the industrial elephant in the room.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming. It's a pleasure being here. It has been a long journey. Actually, it started with industrial hemp 24 years ago. And we've come full circle where I'm now presenting on industrial hemp, even though I smoke ganja every day for 46 years. But let's focus on the industrial hemp. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Which one did you use?
Well, just pressing the big one over there, on the right-hand side. But I don't know if you're over there.
Yeah, so in 1998, Mr. Bain and myself submitted an industrial hemp proposal to the then SLP government requesting permissions to conduct research trials with industrial hemp, because we knew back then that the law was draconian, and as ganja smokers, we were being discriminated against and demonized. So we knew it was right that we had to change the law, but to give people to buy into that at that time, we thought that, okay, let's use industrial hemp, which is not a narcotic, to ease people into loving the cannabis plant. So we submitted this proposal. And basically back then, our coconut industry was failing because they had negative propaganda talking about coconut oil being bad for cholesterol and unhealthy for you, and it crashed our copra industry. And we had about over 200 people working in the copper factory in Soufrière, and it has been closed for 2 decades. And we never re-emerged from that assassination. But during that time, we suggested to the government that maybe we could diversify, and instead of using coconut oil for cooking and buying into the whole cholesterol thing, maybe we could get into a body care line, soaps, shampoos, conditioners, body creams, and such, using coconut as a base, the oil as a base, and using cold press cannabis oil, hemp oil, as the active ingredient for all the products. And that we would be able to have it in our hotels, we would have local production, and we would have for export. Well, anyway, they didn't take our advice, and the coconut factory is still a derelict monument of, I guess, lacking pro-action. And as a result, we don't longer have a coconut industry. And now, the same people who came out with the propaganda, we could actually buy coconut oil from the United States. So, and now our industry is dead. It also happened with the cannabis, where they had the weed eater program, and they had destroyers in the Caribbean waters sending helicopters to destroy our cannabis. And now the USA has all the best cannabis. So it's kind of ironic. Anyway, so just talking about the possibilities of what we could do here with industrial hemp. Again, the body care industry is still a viable industry. And we do see some local producers who haven't waited for the legislation to take place. You could see some of the products that we grow, that we're doing here now, value-added products that are not getting you high, but are used for skin care, body care, hair care, and stuff like that. So that is still possible because we still can get coconut oil. We have aloe vera, and we could come up with our own body care line. So I believe that there's an opportunity not only for large-scale manufacturing, but I think the cottage industry is a viable industry here. They have a lot of young women and young people who could get into this, because we see kids coming out of school and what options are there for them. Every year, thousands of kids come out of school. Are there jobs for them? So the cottage industry is something that we could definitely look at and use industrial hemp to sort of push that sort of industry and independent people, rather than waiting to work in a factory of some kind. They could stay home, make sure that their uncle or their cousin is not playing with their little daughter while they go for a menial job. And you know, a lot of our societal ills is because of the way we set up our whole system, and our poor people are just there as part of the whole system. So we see cannabis as a way out for that section of society, especially Rastafari, you know, who I have been there back in Rastafari for 35 years of my life, because I do see that these are people who have been downtrodden, I mean, really victimized. So Rastafari have to rise and shine. This is their plant. They have Peter Tosh, Bob Marley. It's time for Rastafari to rise and shine. So these are just some, you know, for people who are not familiar. The hemp plant, especially when you're using it for fiber, could actually replace a lot of stuff that timber. You know, we cut down forests, and we could actually use that. And it's also great for carbon. We talk about our carbon footprint. And this is one of the crops that we could use for climate change. The more that we grow it, if we plant it all around the world, it would help us with our CO2 capture. So it has a multi-purposes there. This is just some people harvesting it. They actually have new mechanical tools that you could harvest. It used to be done a lot by hand labor, but now they have machinery that can actually harvest, make the operation a lot faster and more productive. Many things can be done. Beers. I remember 10 years ago I was in London, Camden Market, and there I was drinking cannabis beer, you know, and we have a big brewery here, you know. I encourage people, I think, like I say, the cottage industry, we could look at microbreweries and people coming up with their own cannabis beer. We know we have the spice rum. Many people who sell spice rum, even when in the illegal regime, had cannabis spice rum, and that is very popular all over the country now. So these are products that we could actually start making right now, you know, because it's already there. Again, the body care products, the oils, we have the raw materials. I know they have in Dennery, they have soap makers, and they have a lot of, I mean, we are innovative people, and we are coming out with the products right now. This was one of our ideas as well. Before we thought of the body care industry, we were thinking that we could grow cannabis and turn the fiber into fabric. But when we checked it out, the loom cost so much, and you'd have to build a factory, and just economies of size and scale, we were advised that that wouldn't really work. Maybe in Guyana or Trinidad, or Jamaica, which have large swaths of land, the actual turning hemp stalks into fabric would work. So we came up with another idea. Since we want to be the cannabis hub of the world, we could actually import fabric where hemp fabric is being produced, and start a fashion industry here that would rival Lee and Wrangler and Levi's. We have wonderful and talented people who design clothes. I remember we linked up with international designers, and the same thing. They have young women here, single mothers, who could actually be doing piecework at home and assemble in a factory, so they don't have to leave their homes and spend money on transport and neglecting their kids. And we pass around each week and pick up the pieces and then assemble the pieces in a factory. And really, you know, shoot high. Let's have an international brand that could rival Lee and Levi's and these people. So the fashion industry is also something that we could get into, and that it can be a reality. Also, too, now what we've seen, there's a food crisis that's coming, and it's not only because of COVID, cause of supply chain problems, but also climate change is destroying crops around the world. And there's going to be an upcoming famine in many places. It's already predicted. And we eat chicken here more than anything. And to actually grow chicken, you need to import the raw materials in the mill and feed your chickens. Well, right now, I just read a study that chickens actually fed the hemp plant do much better than the feed. So hemp can also be a feed for poultry. And not only that, now I would love to see the poultry expand, because the price of fertilizer now has almost doubled. It's now for a 25 kilo bag, it's $116 for NPK, 16824. Chicken manure is high in nitrogen. And if we have enough chicken manure and compost and stuff, we could go organic, not rely on imported fertilizers. So having feed to feed the chickens that would produce eggs and meat for us, as well as manure, would be a real integrated agricultural system. So we could definitely look at that as feed for animals, and actually get to be food independent. And you could see the many products that we could make. Hemp flour. We eat so much bread here. And Ukraine, Russia, Canada, the United States are large producers of wheat. And we import all our flour. So apart from hemp flour, we could have wapare flour. They have so many ways of getting flour, and then we'll have to be able to use this flour to create bread that would sustain our demand. You know, everybody eats bread every day here. It's a big item for breakfast. But another thing that really causes social ills in places where they have a lot of poverty is that lack of housing. So you have young couples living under their granny and everybody, and you can't be with your doo-doo. You know, we have to give young people an opportunity to live and give them the freedom to be together, because there's social ills that we really need. So we need good low-cost housing. There are people there that, you know, they have hempcrete. We could use this to create low-cost housing, our own building materials. So hemp fiber board. And the structures are actually hurricane-proof from the research that we have done. And in these times of climate change, we want to know, okay, it's hemp, it may not be concrete block, but would it withstand a Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane? And apparently it does. So that's another option for building materials. And I think this would be a great area to get involved in. I mentioned the hemp seed, but also the plant is a magnificent plant in the sense that it removes toxin from the soil. So in our banana cultivation, we have actually applied tons and tons of agrochemicals, not only fertilizers, but Miral and Mocap and Vidate. And the soil is a living organism. And we, in our effort to produce high yields, we cut off our nose to spite our face. And now, if we are going to grow organic, and if we are going to grow medical cannabis, there must be no toxicity in the end product. So maybe we may have to plant fields of cannabis to remove the toxins. So it can work that way as well. For watershed management, especially where we want clean water for our households and stuff, we could use it in watershed management practices. And then again, for soil stabilization, the root of the hemp plant is also great. And we see now with climate change, you have torrential rainfall followed by drought. That torrential rainfall causes landslides. So we could also use it in a sort of an industrial manner, in the sense that we're using it for, what shall I say, engineering purposes. You know, so it's a very versatile plant. And I hope we embrace it here today. I think looking around the room, what has happened in other countries, you see it in the USA, is that the same people who are enforcing the law are now the ones running the industry and that have pushed the major stakeholders out. Well, in St. Lucia, we have to make sure that Rastafari, who's been pushing it, special big up to Bongo Wisely. I'm not the one. He was the first man to actually have a newspaper article asking the government to consider legalization. Saw the article. And so I've come to support Rastafari in their drive to make cannabis legal and to actually make a living out of cannabis. But they have bald-head people there involved as well, who ended up in Borderley as well. You know, and even they're not Rastafari, they're ganja lovers too. So I do this for you all as well. You know, I see people who juggle on the side of the road, the man that I buy my herb from, in the legalized regime. Are we going to push him out? Do I have to get a medical cannabis card to go to my dealer, and he has to look at my card, and all I want is a 5-bag to get high? I'm not sick, I want to get high. You know, so just like people drinking their scotch, their champagne, their Hennessy, we must be able to do that. And sorry, I went into the high THC one just because I love it. So anyway, thank you very much for listening, and let's hope we get good support.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Keris. At this point, we have our next presenter, who is virtual, Dr. Marshall Emmanuel, who will give a presentation on the science and standards behind the cannabis plant of today.
All right, greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings, Honorable Minister Hippolyte, members of the panel, diplomatic corps, Rastafari brethren and sisters. It's a pleasure to see the Creole colors being displayed in the way that they are today. And because I'm from Dominica and it's independence celebrations, so it's indeed a pleasure to be part of this exquisite, panel discussion today, where I will be discussing cannabis standards. I'm not sure if my presentation is being shared. Is it being shared, or should I share my screen?
Share screen.
All right, hold on. Hold on, let me share my screen. Share screen. All right, my screen is being shared. Is everybody able to see? Yes. Yes? And is my voice being projected also? Okay, great. So my presentation today will be focused on the science and standards of commercial cannabis production. And before I start, I would just like to introduce the cannabis plant from understanding the cannabis plant does have an intrinsic relationship with human beings over quite a very long time. And because of this, we have many species of plants that basically contribute to human well-being in a very significant way. But here we have the cannabis plant that can provide you nutrition, medicine, recreation, housing, and the list goes on. So how do we, within the Caribbean region, particularly in the islands, how do we structure a commercial industry from the cultivation of a plant? I'm not able to move right. Introduction. So, the cannabis plant is an annual dioecious flowering herb. It has imperfect flowers with staminate male and pistillate female flowers. There is also plants that are monoecious, where you will see the male and female on the same plant, and these are referred to as hermaphrodites. But the cannabis produces seeds which are technically called the fruits, and these fruits tend to be very rich in omega-fat and other nutritional qualities. So the cannabis plant is known to produce. The cannabis plant is the only plant in the world that is known to produce cannabinoids, which are secreted from glandular trichomes known as cannabinoids, and there are various cannabinoids. Also those trichomes glands also produces other secondary metabolites known as terpenes and flavonoids, and all these, in terms of combinations, do provide a level of holistic healing towards the human being. So the key to all this is, because all higher organisms, including ourselves, too have an endocannabinoid system, meaning that our human body endogenously produces cannabinoids, and this lipid signaling system is able to maintain homeostasis in the way by regulating cellular activity in many ways in terms of protecting against toxic stress, supports general health and well-being. So in terms of endogenously cannabinoids, when a baby suckles milk and they are constantly hungry, they fall asleep, they sleep well, these are your endogenous cannabinoids being fed through breast milk. Also the runner's high, when like someone exercises, and after exercising, that pleasurable feeling that they feel is associated with endogenous cannabinoids. So there are 3 types of cannabinoids that are known. You have the endocannabinoids, which are produced naturally by the human body, and you also have phytocannabinoids, which as a cannabis plant is known to produce the highest concentrations of cannabis known to man. And then there are synthetic cannabinoids, which are cannabinoids that are not grown from the cannabis plant, but are produced from culturing yeast. So many pharmaceutical companies are already exploring this particular avenue in exploiting production of cannabinoids under aseptic conditions, rather than not having to grow a plant. And we see examples of dronabinol and niblonol being produced in terms of synthetic cannabis medicine. So looking at the cannabis horticulture of the cannabis plant, what we refer to as sativa and indica are really ambiguous terms that are used to describe cannabis from a marketing point of view. But I want to just say here that all cannabis that produces cannabinoids in significant levels are known to be drug type cannabis, which is called indica. So all cannabis that does not produce cannabinoids in terms of hemp fibers, those are known as sativa plants. So looking at cannabis in terms of its diversity, cannabis has acclimatized through various different climates, and it is possibly cultivated on every continent on this planet, particularly in Antarctica, where there may be some scientists growing cannabis in a tent somewhere doing research. So looking at these drug cultivars called indica, we have equatorial type cannabis, which we generally refer to as sativa, and you can see these plants have different morphological, physiological characteristics, and they do produce a various degree of phytochemicals that are different. So the narrow leaf drug type, which we generally refer to as indica, these plants tend to be lighter in terms of chlorophyll and have skinnier leaves, which are to mitigate the level of solar radiance that we see in terms of tropical and subtropical regions. But the broadleaf drug type, which is generally referred to as indica, these plants have much broader leaves because they have acclimatized for temperate cultivation, and you can see the chlorophyll is much darker to be able to trap as much sunlight in these temperate climates. So during the 1960s and 1980s, the Caribbean region developed an international reputation for this cannabis plant, and even today, the cannabis plant is seen as an indicator species, particularly for the Rastafari culture in this dispensation. So the presence of our equatorial cultivars that evolved and acclimatized within the Caribbean region, which was mainly responsible for the commingling that was seen between the Asians and Africans post-emancipation, and this is what popularized the usage of cannabis among the African population. So these lanolin plants were actually narrow-leaf drug cultivars called Cannabis indica, subspecies indica, and no subspecies sativa, and these plants would generally grow to 9 feet tall and flower for 13 weeks to 17 weeks on sometimes. But fast forwarding to the late 1980s, early 1990s, when the Caribbean governments embarked on an intensive eradication effort, primarily sponsored by the United States government, we saw the introduction of indica or temperate cultivars known as broadleaf cannabis cultivars entering our jurisdictions. And these particular genetics had shorter flowering time, shorter internodes, denser buds, higher trichome densities, and what has happened, the farmers saw practical reasons for actually cultivating this particular species, because without the long summer days that like temperate climates experience, these plants would, from seed to harvest, would take as short as 10 weeks. So it was much easier for these farmers to hide and grow and get returns from actually cultivating cannabis and be able to protect their crop from like drug enforcement. So in today's world, where we have an unlimited amount of cannabis strains, this has been due to the process of hybridization. And hybridization is simply the cross of two varieties of cannabis to establish certain characteristics and phenotypes and hybrid vigor that a modern day user wants. So back in the day, a cannabis user would leave the euphoria to actually chance. So every spliff they smoke, every tree could actually give you a different euphoria, because the population that was actually cultivated is not necessarily stabilized. So today with conventional breeding techniques, particularly back crossing to stabilize particular phenotypes, we have seen where the modern day user wants to be able to predict that euphoria they feel. So the genetics can be replicated. The genetics can be replicated consistently. So these particular methods have imprecise and regular and require several generations of cultivating to stabilize these particular cultivars. But as we know, most of the commercial crops that we do consume are not necessarily in the wild type phase. If we look at corn, if we look at wheat, and we look at rice, many of these cultivars today are dominated by polyploidy, right? And in simple terms, to explain this, right, a polyploidy child who has an extra chromosome on chromosome 21 shows up as a Down syndrome child. But in plants, we use this to create hybrid vigor, meaning that we exploit the commercial aspect so we exploit that particular characteristic of the plant that we would like to see. So in terms of cannabis, we see where the polyploidy cannabis plants produce way more trichomes compared to the diploid types that we would have been accustomed to. And the reason for this is over the past few years, we have seen the levels of THC being increased significantly, where a traditional landrace cultivar would never pass 8 to 10, possibly 13% THC. But today, we have particular cultivars which are polyploidy that exhibit 27, 28, even 30% THC. So it is important that these particular cannabis plants do not get in the hands of adolescents who are willing to try cannabis for the first time, where they will experience very, very heightened euphorias. So polyploidies often have phenotypic traits that are distinct from its original wild-type plants. So there are 4 different types of cannabis seeds that are available. Well, 3 are available commercially, but the 4th is currently being produced, and it will be the future of commercial cannabis. So before I even go to the various types, I want to say that the level of disease prevalence that we see in our local germplasm needs definitely cleaning up via different techniques such as tissue culture. So if you are willing to cultivate cannabis commercially, it's going to be very difficult to exploit commercial yields from at the level of inputs and the money which is used to grow all the fertilizer, the soil, and so on. So it is important that we understand, having an industry, we must ensure that the germplasm that we want to cultivate is clean. So cannabis seeds are in the form of regular seeds, and regular seeds mean that if you germinate the seeds, you will get a progeny of male and female seeds. And then we have feminized seeds, which through particular breeding techniques, we are able to eliminate the Y chromosome and only produce seeds that are all XX. So from a commercial standpoint, you will have all female plants if you germinate these seeds. So think of it, you will be using less space, less labor, less input costs to get higher unfertilized cannabis flowers. And we have auto-flowering seeds, which there are not much auto-flowering germplasm that has been stabilized for equatorial cultivation. And these auto-flowering plants produce flowers not based on the fluctuation, based on the diurnal fluctuation, but they will just flower based on time. And then we have triploid seeds, which is possible the future of commercial cannabis seeds. And just to explain this, if you take a donkey and you cross it with a horse, you will definitely get a mule. And a mule is a triploid because it has an extra chromosome, gives it a different vigor. It's much stronger, but it cannot produce sexually. So a triploid cannabis plant would not be able to accept pollen, and the resinous trichomes will always be produced in a very high density, because if you know cannabis, the trichomes are produced in the sticky nature as a wind-pollinated plant to attract pollen in order to fertilize, to produce a seed. So we, as cannabis growers, sexually frustrate the cannabis plant to the point where it is never fertilized. So the medicinal value is of a higher proportion. So quality assurance and looking at testing, which is very important to maintain public health and safety and reduce the impacts of environmental degradation from actually cultivating cannabis. And we know the extent that people go to contaminate the environment by like using fungicides, pesticides, and even synthetic fertilizers in a very persuasive way. So the development of standards and regulations in terms of the cannabis value chain is indeed paramount. So a cannabis consumer, may it be medical, recreation, sacramental, would require a level of quality, consistency, and replicability in this modern day. So cultivators need to be able to differentiate quality by levels of contaminants. So post-harvest and storage are very important in maintaining quality based on storing these trichome glands to ensure that the terpenes, the flavonoids, and the cannabinoids are being protected. Because cannabis that is not cured or stored post-harvest properly under precise conditions, we see where isomeric forms of THC are being formed, and these isomeric forms like a CBN tend to give a very lazy narcotic type of euphoria. And in my research, I have seen where once cannabis is dried under unsuitable temperatures, we see where the much larger trichomes of 70 to 120 microns simply just melt off the plant. So moving on to the dispensing, right? Understanding dispensing cannabis from a medical point of view. These particular practitioners need to be aware of what these cannabis needs are. And we have a serious problem in this dispensation because the modern world has decriminalized and legalized cannabis because of medical persuasion. But in this particular region that we are, the decriminalization is because of restorative justice and to stimulate the economy via foreign direct investment, but we are left with a medical industry that does not fit our socio-economic and cultural norms. So I am the vice chair of the Bureau of Standards Jamaica Cannabis Technical Committee, where we publish three cannabis standards: a cultivation standard, a processing standard, and a packaging and labeling standard. And these standards were designed to ensure public health and safety and environmental stewardship is maintained through other cannabis value chain. Even today in the Caribbean, how we deal with food, we don't even have these public health and safety measures. Somebody can simply go and steal someone's crop, and by this afternoon they are by your window selling you, contaminated food. So this is paramount. Then how do we test for pesticides, right? Because cannabis does attract a significant number of pests, particularly when it's cultivated in a monoculture style. So these active ingredients from pesticides do include neurotoxins and can be very poisonous. And it's not about smoking a one split or using a one tincture, but it's the prolonged usage over a very long time where you could see very chronic brain disorders showing up from like heavy pesticide use or cannabis, which is contaminated. So limits of quantification of active ingredients needs to be paramount in assessing cannabis from a quality standpoint. So a list of approved pesticides, frequency of applications throughout the cropping cycles always need to be documented. So testing for safe cannabis. We did some work recently where we looked at regulated cannabis and unregulated cannabis, and we were able to decipher many different types of mold culture, bacteria. Some of them do have health implications if they are consumed in high concentration. There are also individuals that are allergic to these molds and so on, and can definitely cause adverse reactions if consumed. So understanding the quality assurance to ensure public health and safety within a regulated framework is going to be critical in terms of establishing a cannabis industry. And here we have measuring potency. So I alluded to that a little earlier, where the fundamental process based on cannabis produces cannabinoids such as THC, CBD, which are the major cannabinoids, and the increase in terms of THC potency, where it is sad to see that the quality of cannabis is being associated with the potency, which cannabis comes in a very diverse environment, from CBD to THC to CBN to THCV. So you actually have the major cannabinoids and you also have the minor cannabinoids. So the combination of these cannabinoids, terpenes, flavonoids, give you an entourage effect that definitely provides holistic healing. So the ability to understand what is in the plant will allow the pharmacist, the medical practitioner to understand what is it that this particular patient may need, and will have the informed decision based on body mass index, age, sex, to understand how to be able to titrate medicine for this particular ailment that they would be seeking relief from. So the Caribbean cannabis economy, right? The Caribbean archipelago is very unique in its biogeography and socio-economic demographics, meaning that we traditionally have producer countries and we have consumer countries, and we also have mainland countries who have a history of large agro production, such as Guyana Belize. So they are more suited to explore the production of hemp. But understanding intra-regional trade, where we know within the CARICOM bloc, intra-regional trade is the lowest in the past 40 years. But here we have cannabis, which is probably the most intra-regionally traded horticultural commodity in its unprocessed state and catches the highest economic value. So in the Caribbean, English-speaking Caribbean, we have a population of 40 million people. So the ability to facilitate intra-regional wealth via creating legislation surrounding the trade via the different jurisdictions would be able to make the region a much stronger trading bloc against the global the global superpowers. So enacting current cannabis legislation across territories is definitely complex, given the level of interconnectedness, trade patterns between various countries and the globe. So data from seizures, this is particularly from St. Vincent, Jamaica, has demonstrated that cannabis can have the potential to contribute way more to the domestic economies than what banana did during its heyday, once it is structured properly. So in my conclusion, an integrated approach must be developed in terms of developing our domestic cannabis economies within the various Caribbean territories, from policy and legal framework to historical, cultural experiences, business, marketing, science, and medicinal points of view are going to be necessary for the success of any cannabis industry. So the academic institutions, the public and private sector would need to coordinate and be able to facilitate research and funding to provide a greater understanding of the backward, forward, and cross linkages of the cannabis value chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel, for this presentation linking the science and standards behind the cannabis plant of today. At this time, we have Ms. Vicky Hansen, who will give us an overview of Jamaica's cannabis experience, its successes, failures, and lessons learned.
Afternoon. All right, so Minister, good afternoon. I'll just say ditto and go and have a seat. All right, my presentation. All right, so you have heard the science, you have heard the medicine. Thanks to Dr. Michelle for that in-depth knowledge of the whole plant structure and so on. I'll do the lived realities, the experience, where we are 6 years down the line, and you can, Minister, look at what we have been doing. Our successes, our failures, our lessons learned, and it has been a very, very important teaching experience for us in Jamaica. And I'm looking around the room, and I'm seeing a number of Rastafari brothers and sisters. Pay attention. Pay close attention. All right, so I'm not good at technology either, guys. It's not me. Vern can't do it. All right, so my presentation, we'll look at the Act. So if you notice, we are from 2015. And I look at our interim cannabis regulation. That's our regulatory framework that governs us. And a lot of the discussions that happen here, you'll see where it went. And I want you to pay attention also in terms of the international perspective, which was shared by Martin. And I look at our successes, current situation, and the way forward. And I did hear Minister mention the CARICOM report. I want us to pay attention to that as well. All right, so we started out long before, and Jamaica like to run ahead on things. So we ran ahead with prohibition, 1913, long before the conventions and people. We just say we just don't like black people smoke herb, on a lazy when they smoke the herb, and don't do no work on the slave plantation. So ban it. So that was 1913. That was our conversation. And we had that for 100 years. We were there. Nothing happened. Lock you up, fling with the key. Throw away the key. In 2015, a situation happened. A young man, a construction worker, a productive Jamaican, and his only crime was going to work, on a construction site with a ganja spliff in his mouth. He was arrested, taken to jail, and came out of jail badly beaten and died. This now is 2015. We have been agitating for changes to the law. We had a commission in 2000, and so Jamaica had had enough. We just lost a productive life whose only crime was to smoke a spliff. So we said, okay, we're changing. We're making the amendment. So we did make the amendment to say that we are decriminalizing and penalizing smoking of ganja. We're giving you a ticket, and that ticket will cost you $500. We have not seen a ticket book as yet, but there is a ticket. It is on the books. You can be charged. Nothing happened. We also decided that we wanted, the Rastafari community was lobbying and said, hey, we are a part of this country and we wanted to have our sacramental right. And at this time, business was coming in. We were looking at the big US, and they had medical cannabis. Canada had medical cannabis. So we said, all right, let's do the license thing. And we'll have license for medical cannabis. And we did put in for therapeutic use. Now, therapeutic use was to cover those of us who had that household, and our grandmothers and grandfathers had traditionally kept a bottle of cannabis with rum, pimento, and every other spice that you could find. And that medicine was good for everything. If your head hurt you, you get it. If you have menstrual cramp, you get it. Anything, that's our therapeutic use. So it was supposed to cover that. And by that time, we had the Science Dr. King, where we had, you know, Dr. Henry Lowe and all those persons doing research and so on. And they were doing research on cannabis that was confiscated by the police, and we thought that wasn't good enough research because you didn't know how it was grown and all of that, and the universities wanted to go into that field. So we said, all right, scientific purposes. So that's the nature of us. But we did a little further, and we wanted to ensure, and I want you to pay attention to this DDA one that gives the right to Rastafari community. Because you'll see a little further on in the presentation that shaky bad. So we said sacramental rights, and we will accept it. Now, remember what Martin said about the convention. Sacramental right was not included, but we tested the waters from the Caribbean with it. All right, so we have here in 2017, oh, let me go back. I wanted us, all right, so we had the interim regulation. What we did was a cabinet decision, because in our laws we realized coming down, there were some things that we had left out of the act. And we tried to correct that with the cabinet decision. Now that was, we had given sacramental rights to the Rastafari, but we had left out traditional communities who were growing cannabis. They weren't Rastafaris, they weren't part of the science, but they were Maroons, and there were traditional communities that were growing and trading in the illicit area of cannabis. And so we said, all right, these are poor communities, and we wanted to set up a system for them to come into the legal framework. However, because of the regulatory framework that requires fencing of 7 feet, you had to have cameras, you have to have a track and trace system, and so on. We said all of that, a lot of these communities weren't able to meet up to that. So in 2017, we had the Alternative Development Project. Now, hear this with alternative development, because a lot of us know it as taking us out of cannabis and going into another crop. Our approach was to take you out of an illicit market and into the legal market. So we're not substituting the crop, we're substituting the market. So you're not you're not growing now for the illegal market, you're growing now for a regulated cannabis market. Again, a project that we need to look at, because in my presentation I'll tell you why. I'm not technologically savvy. All right, so the person that just says you're there is in this picture. In 2017, we made a grand thing about it, our first license, and notice you have one Rastaman way behind in the corner. So he wasn't the focus of that license. Again, a community that built this industry in our country. But our first license was for a processing license, and this is the CLA, the Cannabis Licensing Authority, giving the first two licenses. So that was a processing license and a cultivation license. Fast forward to, we are now at 2022, and this was the latest data. We couldn't get much of the 2022 data, but in 2020, this is what we have now. We have 11 tier 1. So our licensing structure goes tier 1, 1 acres or less, tier 2, 2 acres, and tier 3, 3 acres and above. Our largest is the tier 1, which is the 1 acre, which is a small farm. And most persons opt for that license because they can see where it is going and you can experiment. Our cultivation license is one of the largest. However, we also have processing. Now, we don't have many processing licenses, even though we have communities who do processing. They make soaps, they make tinctures, they make creams, and so on. And we now have also a research. Now, research has analytical services on it and experimental. The experimental is usually taken up by our universities. So we have the University of Technology and the University of West Indies that does all these. Our analytics is supposed to be our testing license, but you don't have many persons. So all of that goes back to the universities who do testing. And now also look at retail. Retail herb house is 15 and growing, and that was 2022, we're growing. This is your regular herb dispensaries, because we don't dispense in pharmacies, we dispense in herb house. You apply for a license, you can do your dispensing. And we have herb house with smoke facilities or treatment facilities, as we'll call them, and you have herb house where you just purchase and leave. So you'll find that that's the largest. And therapeutic is 3. Again, therapeutic is our centers that you go and you'll be treated and so on. Current situation, 2017, when all the euphoria was about, we ran up and we said, oh yes, give Rastafari sacramental rights and they'll have their festival and so on. So we have Rastafari Roots Fest, which is a festival taken on by Ras IFV, which is one of the Ras elders, and held in Negril. And that was a big event, the biggest there ever been. It has now since reduced in size because the focus is on no longer sacramental. That was 2017. 2022, and I mentioned this earlier, I want you to pay attention, Rastafari community and minister, because lest you make the mistakes that we make. The 2022 Monday, Heroes Day of all the days, we had the police going into a Rastafari community, cutting down ganja and burning ganja. A community that has sacramental rights. Why that was able to done? It was just put on the books. We have a commission, a ministry of justice that regulates it and should have a committee of elders that has not been allowed to meet, that has not been properly constituted, and it's just there on the books. So while you had this beginning in 2017 where, oh yes, it looks good to have this, if you do not build on your legislation and put the proper framework in place, you'll be back there where you have this community being demonized and stigmatized. And so we need to go beyond just putting things in our legislation because it may look good, and also to work it. This is important because when you come back to the international discussion that Martin mentioned, you need to understand, for us to change as a region, to change the United Nations framework, one of the laws that we have is that you have a law, a cultural right. The UN recognizes your cultural rights. So you cannot have a UN law that is recognizing cultural rights on one hand, and on the other hand, telling you, oh, we have these international regulations that prevents you from exercising your cultural right. And that, Minister, is where we want to have CARICOM as a region take the discussion to actually be at the table to lobby for the changes in those international laws. Else we will continue to have situations like these where the laws don't speak to each other. So our successes. I want to run into the successes very quickly. And part of what Michelle just mentioned is that we have been able to build new career paths for young people. We have been able, Minister, to, and Dr. King, you'll appreciate this. We have been able to educate persons now about the benefits and also the challenges of using cannabis, now that it is destigmatized. So what we have is our National Council of Drug Abuse changing its message. It is no longer, and let's admit, when I was young, if you want me to do something, tell me don't do it. And that's the problem with the young people. You tell them, don't do this thing, and they do it. So we have been able, through our National Council of Drug Abuse, to change the conversation to say, this may not be for you in terms of how you consume it, and consume it in this manner. But however, there are other ways that you can be involved. There's a new career path, you have bartenders, there is, yes, you may be ill a certain way, but if you're going to consume, have a conversation with a counselor or with your doctor and so on. So we now have got young people, and it is not funny, it's not an increase in usage, because if you never used to use it before the change of the law, you're not going to use it when the law changed. But what we have is an increase in persons saying to us, I'm a consumer. And so we have been now able to say, let me guide you on your consumption, and this is how. So that conversation has been happening. Also, we are now better able to set standards. Growing standards, ITIL standards. I know there's a big debate, Dr. Marshall did mention it. Which standard is good? Which standard is not good? And the truth is, there are barriers to entry created by some standards. Because we have been in the marketplace and trying to go to Europe, wanting to go to Germany, and then they're told us, oh, but you can't meet the standards because you have to have this, your room has to meet this good agricultural practice, good manufacturing practices, and so on. Standards that are difficult for us as a region to make, and so now we have been pushing to say, why not look at regional standards where this industry is concerned, and building through our people, because you have traditional growers who don't use any type of fertilizer, and they'll tell you the type that they use. And so we have been pushing the discussion of why not help us to create regional standards. So this is an industry that we ourselves as a people is building on. So that discussion is happening. We now also have this discussion, and you look at Minister, this is important again. We have a tourist market, and we're looking at wellness tourism, health tourism. So we're pushing that kind of discussion. So Persons normally come to the Caribbean, and I've found in some of the communities, Negril, for example, persons go there to relax and so on. So twinning with that, our tourism minister has been also engaged in the sector to see, can we now have these therapeutic centers in which we can have the doctors and push a wellness tourism element. Something that is not there that I will piggyback on the discussion by Pancho. The hemp food, it is a reality. I work at a dispensary, I consult for a dispensary, and we are able to also do hemp food, hemp seeds, and a lot of our health stores or exercise stores are looking, you have hemp protein. So for example, the guys that goes to the gym, there's a movement of hemp protein to push and utilize hemp protein, the health aspect of it. So that is there. Opportunity for branding and brand exposure. And I'm going to show you a slide that I put in the group earlier this week, and a lot of persons jump on it. We have been able to export. And when I say export, a lot of people say, what? Jamaica export cannabis to US and so on? I want you to watch me. We were able, and a news headline came out about exporting. Look at that. Some persons think that we exported ganja to Canada. No, we didn't. We export brand Jamaica to Canada. What we did was that we were able to find a producer in Canada that produces quality cannabis similar to what we would have produced at home. And because we have expanded our brand in Jamaica, because we have different dispensaries under Itopia, we were able to say, we like your production, we like how you do it, you're growing similar to us and so on. We will associate our brand, Itopia, to your brand. And we did it through Marley Natural Dispensary, again, a Jamaican brand. So when persons saw that headline and they said, oh, Jamaican ganja is there, Jamaican thought is there. And so that is also a space in which we can better negotiate. So again, the opportunity is there. We, additionally, the amendment of the law allowed us, remember I started a story about Mario Dean. We went further to expunge the record of persons who had possession of small amounts. Now this is kind of a tricky area because my colleague who is the attorney here, Ms. Henry, will tell you that the process for expungement is another story. You can do it, but the process sometimes is a deterrent. So, and also the process does not go far enough because we only expunge for small amounts. So persons who were in the cultivation of cannabis, who were in the packaging and growing to export under the illicit, now still have a problem coming into the regulated space. They are not allowed. And so this is a different approach than taken by our neighbors in St. Vincent, who says, if you have a record for growing and exporting, come. So we need to look at how we do that in the region and have a general decision. Because if you used to grow ganja, why am I locking you out of this industry? You're the person that should come in to help me to know how to grow it better. And so that is something that we ought to look at. So our failures, and I call it not failures, but missed opportunities that I think we can still go back to bringing in. Minister, I hear the thoughts and where you're going, but for me, if we leave out the traditional communities in the Caribbean, we're killing ourselves before we get started. If we leave out communities who have, through the years, been surviving on this crop, we are reducing our opportunity at sustainable development and growth in the region. So they have to be a key component in that. So the Rastafari community, we can't play lip service and say we give them sacramental rights and hope that, all right, they can't trade in their sacrament. You can trade in wine, and wine is a sacrament of the Christian church. So why can't they trade in cannabis? So we have to really build out. Now, the other matter is that of fees. And I want you to look at the fees, because I mentioned it earlier. A tier 1 fee is 2,000 US. Now, any traditional growing community can't afford that. I mean, and your EC rate is way better than ours, I must say. We are at 153 US, Jamaican to 1 US. So you understand how much that is costing a traditional community just to get the license. And then if you're going in, each individual who apply going to have to pay $300 US for the application fee. Plus you have to put down a $2,000 US for what do they call it? Security bond. So just in case you have to come and burn down my plant, you take that out of your money. Yeah. And then our retail, which is the cheapest, and I'm going to the cheapest, and my colleague, the legal officer, will tell you, oh, but you can have a moratorium on it and pay it later. But my thing is, that once you have to pay it and you don't have it to pay, if you ask me to pay it today and I don't have it, I'm not going to pay it tomorrow because I'm still not going to have it. So that is something. Make the fees realistic and not a barrier to entry, because what this does, and we have seen it in our Caribbean country, in Jamaica, is that it prevents the community and it leaves places for, as Martin says, the bigger companies to come in and take over the industry from you. And next thing you know, you're working for people instead. So that is a challenge. Our missed opportunity as well is that we have failed, and the CARICOM report, and I am glad we mentioned the CARICOM report in this, because I think if we pay a lot of attention to the CARICOM report, we will realize that it has some recommendations in there that are workable. And it says, marijuana is a plant substance with historical and cultural and religious significance to the Commonwealth Caribbean. And once we remember that, we will make legislation that will support our environment. We will also tackle the international arena in a way to say, you have to recognize my people, you have to recognize this plant, and it's important to our development. And so that is one of our missed opportunities. Now, I mentioned Rastafari earlier. That's one of our cartoonists really depicting what is happening. The ganja license and the Rastafari community is going up to get the license behind the universities. And I said, no, wrong line, go around the back, around there. And that's the reality of where this community is. And we need to treat with that lest we make the mistake. Lessons learned and way forward. And I'll just sum this up by saying that it's culturally relevant. I mentioned that before. Also, we need to explore the matter of fees and where we're going, and never forget our traditional makeup. And I'm pushing this point because, again, I'm seeing it in Antigua, I'm seeing it in St. Vincent, and we have seen it in Jamaica, and we don't want to see it in our other Caribbean countries. And this is an opportunity to learn from each other, to build a regional approach, and have, somebody mentioned it earlier, inter-regional trade. That is how we will leverage and the back of what is happening in the international. Because if we can show the international community that we don't just pay lip service to CARICOM and CARICOM trade, but we can really trade in cannabis with each other. I know we mentioned other expertise that we are having. Let us leverage that socio-cultural approach. And again, the commission report says it best. Let us come up with a hybrid and a mixed option. So it cannot just be medicinal till we die. And doc, for once I hear a doctor really say, if we can have adult use with regulation and responsible use. I appreciate you for saying that, because we have medical doctors who don't even want medicinal cannabis, much less. So again, let us not try to use the one size fits all. I'm not telling you that what works in Jamaica will work in St. Vincent, will work in St. Lucia, but we can learn from each other and create models and standards. I don't leave the standards out, Vern. I'm just not saying they're going to be strict to the European standards, but create standards that can fit the framework and come to that hybrid approach. So these are just some of my thoughts, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hansen, for properly representing the Jamaica's experience. Ms. Hansen is also the Caribbean coordinator for Cannabis Fair Trade Working Group and the chairperson of the International Drug Policy Consortium. We note we're running a little bit behind schedule, but we have our last presenter, Ms. Heather Aziz, who will present on the legal cannabis industry in the United States. How did we get there? And we intend to have 30 minutes of question and answer with a view to ending at 6 p.m. Ms. Heather Aziz.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to share some information with you today about our development in the U.S. It's been a pretty wild ride and quite complicated, obviously, because of our unique form of government. So this all started for us way back in 1937 when cannabis was effectively outlawed. Prior to 1937, there was a long history of medical use in the United States and within the world. It wasn't until the 1970s that policy really started to shift in the United States. A commission was created in the late 60s called the Schaefer Commission. Eventually, in 1972, they issued a report recommending that marijuana be decriminalized for a variety of reasons that you've heard today. Unfortunately, that report was rejected by the Nixon administration, and the United States continued to define cannabis as medically useless and restrict its medical access and research. The response by a handful of states was to decriminalize cannabis under state law, while it remained illegal under federal law, and a few therapeutic research programs were established in various jurisdictions that allowed patients with close relationships with doctors to enter somewhat quasi-medical research programs where they could use cannabis while supervised by their physician. This program was even extended under federal law for a brief period of time, and there were several patients that were receiving a tin of cannabis cigarettes from the federal government once a month for several years. There are 2 patients in the United States remaining on that program that are still receiving that product from the federal government. It wasn't until 1996 that things evolved a little bit further. And that happened after increasing anecdotal evidence of medical efficacy started popping up everywhere, along with no significant evidence of harm. The federal government had been researching cannabis in the United States for nearly 100 years. Only all research that was conducted was focused on identifying harm. It was looking to find cancer or COPD. And in nearly every case, they found that there was either no evidence of causation or there was no negative impact, or they were marginal. Certainly not harmless, but cannabis is non-toxic, and they just did not find much evidence of significant harm. Under the circumstances, popular support among the voters in the United States started increasing pretty rapidly. And California enacted a medical cannabis law for the first time in 1996. That law consisted of about 400 words. It was enacted via a ballot initiative in an election where a significant majority of voters voted in favor of the amendment. This works in the United States because of our very unique form of government. The federal government in the United States has very limited powers. Many powers are reserved to the states respectively and are viewed sort of as laboratories of democracy. Some of those powers that are reserved to the states in the United States include medical practice, such as the licensing of doctors, and enforcement of law. We do have federal law enforcement in the United States, obviously, but there are not very many FBI agents, and they are not focused on cannabis possession or cannabis cultivation, for example. All of that enforcement comes from the state-level law enforcement officers. So once state level changes, what we're doing is effectively preventing the arrest and prosecution of upwards of 96% of the potential victims of prohibition. Evolution continued in the United States, specifically following the release of a report in 1999 conducted by the National Cannabis Science Institute of Medicine. The report had some very interesting findings, such as relating to safety. They concluded that except for the harms associated with smoking, the adverse effects of marijuana use are within the range of effects tolerated for other medications. Regarding the increase of use rates, if pursuant to decriminalization, they found no evidence suggesting that use of opiates or cocaine or medical cannabis increased the perception of their illicit use was safe or acceptable. And relating to youth use, there was no evidence since California's passage of their medical cannabis law in 1996 that cannabis use among youth had increased. In fact, they found evidence that it had significantly declined. The recommendation from the report ultimately was that adults should not be punished for cannabis possession or use. Unfortunately, the California initiative enacted in 1996 was subject to abuse. It was vague, it did not authorize significant regulation, and a lot of problems resulted from enactment of that law. It also protected a lot of people and did a lot of good, but there was certainly a lot of development needed. In the subsequent years, more narrow laws were enacted by a ballot initiative and by state legislatures, specifically addressing many of the issues that popped up in California. A lot of the big issues related to patient access, youth access, sort of a gray market that existed after attempting to sort of eliminate the illicit market. It allowed many operators to sort of operate in an ambiguous space without licensing or regulation, without complying with laws as well. Additional issues were related to product testing, contaminants, product potency, and a lot of issues relating to driving under the influence. There really was a lack of information back in 1996 about many of these issues, and in subsequent years, it's now been more than 20, we've been able to sort of figure out a lot of these problems. States enacting laws after California, and including California, that subsequently enacted a law to regulate their medical cannabis market and then to authorize adult use, have tightened up a lot of these problems and have really figured out how to solve some of the issues. But it's been a very wild evolution. So beginning in about 2009, we started to see the evolution in the United States with legally authorized commercial markets. The first was in Maine in 2009, followed by Arizona in 2010. This was the first time in the world, I believe, that any government has affirmatively authorized the commercial productions and distribution of medical cannabis. Those programs were very restrictive. Voter support for a brick and mortar cannabis store at the time that they were enacted was pretty marginal, and the intention was very much to provide access to patients for medical cannabis. Even under the Wild West approach taken by California, where nearly anybody could grow or produce cannabis, creating a huge illicit market, it still didn't have the effect of actually creating a way for genuinely ill patients to access safe medicine. Many times they didn't have a friend of a dealer. It was a home cultivation-based system only, where caregivers could be authorized to cultivate on behalf of patients. But cannabis cultivation isn't as easy as it seems, and growing an appropriate medical product for a genuinely ill person is a challenge. So having that commercial access, it was identified as a need. And for that reason, those early commercial programs were quite successful, very restrictive, but they managed to solve a lot of the issues. From there, we unfortunately saw a lot of meddling by the federal government in these state programs, and that created a lot of limitations on their ability to solve many of the problems faced by the industry, unfortunately, and really limited our ability to explore other models of distribution or cultivation. So we've been stuck with this private business system in the U.S. because of federal law. It wasn't until 2012 we got our first time voters enacted adult use cannabis legalization in the United States. There was a growing realization from the public that prohibition was completely ineffective. It was anybody who wanted to use cannabis was already using cannabis. We were ruining people's lives. Enforcing marijuana prohibition was a waste of public resources. Law enforcement needed to be free to focus their limited resources on real crime. And cannabis prohibition entails direct enforcement costs, including police, prosecutorial, judicial, correctional resources, and prevents the taxation of cannabis production and sale, which revenue can be used for good things like public education, for example. People began to recognize that the arbitrary criminalization of individuals who consume cannabis resulted in a large-scale lack of respect for law enforcement and the law in general. There was a need to improve medical access, as I mentioned. Marijuana prohibition subjects users to added hazards, like adulterants, contaminants, impurities. The products are not tested, and they're not safe for medical consumption in many cases. There was a recognition that cannabis is safer than alcohol, causes less public harm, and that the law was just nonsensical. And then finally, there was a significant recognition that regulation is effective. What we saw under the regulated medical programs was that allowing commercial access, regulated commercial access with tested products, actually decreased youth use in many cases and made it very difficult for children to obtain cannabis. Much like alcohol in the United States, these licenses are somewhat valuable, and once you are authorized to operate within that space, there's a very strong incentive to be checking IDs to make sure that you're in compliance, not violate the law, because the consequences are pretty significant. Consequences after adult use was authorized in Colorado were pretty wonderful. Very few negative effects, but there were a couple, and we'll talk about those. But first, it's important to note the economy flourished. Colorado was #1 in growth and job growth following legalization for several years. It was ranked among the best places to do business in the country. The GDP increased 4.4% in the year after legalization, with the growth continuing to outpace the nation in subsequent years. In 2017, and for the next 4 to 5 years, U.S. News and World Report ranked Colorado as the #1 economy. In June 2020, 41,144 individuals held licenses to work in the cannabis industry in Colorado. That's 41,000 new jobs created. And a highly educated workforce flocked into the state. Many college-educated young professionals moved to Colorado in the years subsequent to legalization, increasing the education of our population by a significant margin as well. There was an influx of new businesses. As of June 2020, Colorado has 1,858 licensed cannabis business owners. The vast majority are small to mid-sized businesses, including 592 adult use stores, 699 cultivators, 284 product manufacturers, 3 hospitality businesses, 11 testing facilities, and 10 transporters. Tourism implications have been remarkable. In 2019, the Colorado Tourism Office reported that Colorado continued a 9-year streak of record-setting growth in visitors, traveler spending, and tax generation. Reports show that Colorado attracted 86.2 million US-based travelers, plus more than 1 million international visitors, who collectively spent $22.3 billion and generated $1.37 billion in state and local tax revenue. Tax revenue between January 2014 and April 2020 has exceeded $1.2 billion. The revenue obtained from cannabis has been allocated for social services and programs, funding education, school construction, early literacy, public libraries, bullying prevention, behavioral health, alcohol and drug treatment, veteran services, conservation, job training, the list goes on and on. With $1 billion, there's a lot to go around, and we've been able to do a lot of good. A great example, a small town, Edgewater, Colorado, a community of 5,000 people, authorized adult use stores within their jurisdiction and imposed a 3.5% tax rate. Thanks to that cannabis revenue, that community was able to repave every street in town and then build a civic center complete with a library, fitness center, police station, and city offices. all due to cannabis regulation. There has still been a learning curve as we learn to regulate cannabis. I think the most important lesson to come out of all of this is that regulation is what allows for control. As long as we have an illicit market out there, we do not have any control over who's using, buying, selling, producing these products, and they exist regardless. So a very important focus of this policy needs to be market capture. Anybody out there right now that's doing business within this space needs to be able to get a license to participate in the legal market. If that doesn't happen, they'll continue to participate in the illicit market, and it will cause harm in every way. Public education became absolutely critical after adult use legalization. There was an increase in use rates among adults in the years following legalization. A few people who had not formerly experimented with cannabis did start to try it, mostly edible products, and with very little knowledge of the effect. There were some public health issues, mostly related to cannabis beverages or gummy type candies. A lot of potency problems, but really all of that was resolved with a public education campaign and not by limiting limiting the potency of the products available on the market. What we found there as well was that when we did limit the potency of the products available on the market, those products were nonetheless available on the illicit market and continued to foster that illicit market. It's better to capture all of that within the regulatory market. Because cannabis is non-toxic, there's little harm in allowing the more potent products. In fact, it reduces the amount that people will smoke, which is the major harm associated with cannabis consumption generally. What else? So after 10 years in Colorado, after adult use legalization, things have continued to evolve. 24 states now have effective medical cannabis laws in the United States, and a number of others have passed more limited laws pertaining to medical cannabis, many that authorize only limited amounts or limited products, CBD only, for example, in some of the southern states. We now have 19 states that have authorized adult use. 12 of those have been done by a ballot initiative, while 7 have been done by a legislative action. The industry has now generated hundreds of millions of dollars in new tax revenue, with additional revenue generated from licensing fees. We've created tens of thousands of jobs, including many jobs in ancillary industries such as accounting, legal, construction, the list goes on, as new businesses need all of these services as well. We've displaced the criminal market and freed up law enforcement resources to focus on more serious crime. Teenagers' cannabis use rates have not increased, and in fact, in many jurisdictions, they have decreased. Creating barriers to teen access by regulating has been really effective. Strict regulations combined with public education reduce teen use of tobacco, and a very similar approach has been most effective with cannabis. Voter support for cannabis legalization has grown significantly. It is now favored by a majority of citizens in every state within the country. Since states began legalizing marijuana, cartels' marijuana business has plummeted. Seizures at the U.S. ports of entry have dropped from 2.4 million pounds in 2013 to 266,000 pounds in 2019. By establishing these regulated cannabis markets, state and local governments are able to tax cannabis sales and benefit economically by creating thousands of new jobs. In states with taxed and regulated cannabis markets, overall sales and tax revenue have quickly exceeded initial estimates, and it's been a wild success in nearly every jurisdiction where it's been enacted. Now, there are some ongoing issues that still have not been tackled appropriately in the United States, and the list is a bit long, unfortunately. Many of these are caused by ongoing federal illegality. We still do not, under federal law, cannabis is not legal to even possess in the United States. But because of their lack of enforcement resources, effectively, we have legalized cannabis in the United States at a state-by-state level. But problems resulting relate specifically to banking. It's very difficult in the United States still to this day for a cannabis-related business to secure a bank account without excessive fees. That additional cost of doing business makes it creates another barrier of entry for small and medium-sized businesses and encourages consolidation in the industry and big corporate businesses operating within the space. We have a tax penalty under federal law that denies a deduction for business expenses under the income tax provisions for any expense related to cannabis cultivation. The effect of this is that nearly every cannabis business in the United States is paying an effective tax rate upwards of 80%, which really tends to eat the profits and just stall the business. And that's why you'll see that many of the cannabis businesses in the United States are actually not profitable. They have investors continuing to pour money in, and they are continuing to grow their footprint and their business in anticipation of federal reform someday being able to actually produce a profit. But for now, they're mostly covering their expenses, treading water, and as you'll see in many of their financial filings, they're losing tens of millions of dollars a quarter to this day still. There's a strong need for uniform standards, especially relating to labeling of the products, testing, cultivation, all of it. You've heard a lot of information from other presenters about these, so I won't get into it in detail. But without uniform packaging standards specifically, it's difficult for consumers to identify what labels mean, to identify how much of a product is in a particular package. And it's impossible for products to cross state lines or to move within a region or within a country. So uniform standards are pretty critical, and that still is yet to be worked out. The illicit market in the United States does still exist. The legal cannabis market has not grown significantly to encapsulate all of the illicit market providers. In many jurisdictions, there have been barriers to entry that have sort of intentionally been put into state law, sometimes done in good faith with an attempt to comply with federal law as best as possible. The reason for that is because under federal law, if a cannabis product is crossing state lines into a jurisdiction where it's not permitted, that becomes a federal enforcement priority. So some of those states, in an attempt to protect their state markets, impose these barriers that have really sort of increased corporate consolidation and made it a very difficult space for especially social equity applicants to operate. We need to create a regime where everyone who wants to participate in this market is able to do so long as they can comply with the regulations, just to capture all of that illicit market. Social equity. It's increasingly important to create pathways into the legal cannabis market for those who have been most impacted by the war of drugs. In the United States specifically, many communities have been marginalized by the war on drugs. Law enforcement tends to target their time and energy in communities that have fewer resources, communities that tend to contain a lot of minority populations. That's often where more crime happens, but because of that, it's also where the law enforcement find people with small amounts of cannabis in their possession and are able to pull those people into the criminal justice system. And because of the ratcheting of the war on drugs before these policy changes started to be implementing, a cannabis arrest in the United States can be devastating. It can result in a denial of financial aid for college. It can give you a criminal record that will prevent you from getting a job. It disallows federal housing assistance in case you find yourselves homeless. It prevents you from obtaining food stamps in some cases. The list goes on and on. And those consequences can be systemic for families and communities entirely. Figuring out how to include those communities in the legal cannabis regime has been a challenge in the United States because of the way that our market is divided state by state, with products not authorized to cross state lines and with a real need to sort of protect those insular markets. That's changing now as federal reform ramps up, but it's not changing quickly enough, unfortunately. And in many of these states are going to have to go back to the drawing board to sort of figure out how to fix this once they have the ability to do so. Resentencing and expungement is of critical importance. It's simply unjust to allow people sitting in prison or to maintain criminal records for small amounts of cannabis when it's now legal for people to sell this, and we have people in our communities making millions of dollars doing so. Public use, always an issue, still very much under consideration in the United States. There are many cases in which an individual isn't able to use cannabis within their own home. And when that happens, travelers, for example, are a great example. Vacationers, those in hotels where smoking isn't authorized. Not giving those people a place to congregate where they can use cannabis has created smoking on the streets. It's created a lot of other issues that sort of flow from that. Smoking in apartment buildings, for example, neighbors having issues then because of it. So figuring out a way to license and authorize spaces for social consumption is still a problem that we're really fighting with in the United States. And one of the big issues that stops that from really moving forward is the concern about driving under the influence. An issue in the cannabis space in particular, because we have no method of testing for intoxication. Cannabis impacts every person differently, unfortunately, and there is no limit. There is no magic number where we can imply that a person is intoxicated. And until that's not going to be identified, unfortunately, so there are going to be other testing mechanisms developed. In the United States, we're relying almost entirely on drug recognition experts who can identify intoxication by mannerisms, by eye contact, by balance, that kind of thing. And that's the method that's used frequently for other forms of intoxication in the US, such as cocaine, driving under the influence of prescription drugs, all of it. What else? Qualifying medical conditions. It's been of critical importance to make sure that those qualifying medical conditions are broad enough to include everybody that has a medical need. And because of the difficulty in authorizing these programs in some jurisdictions, there's been a movement in recent years to be extremely liberal with those qualifying medical conditions, and even to allow patients in some cases to self-certify. Adults only, of course. This is an approach being taken right now by the District of Columbia in the United States. The District of Columbia is suffering from many problems, much like St. Lucia will, because of the United Nations Convention on Narcotic Drugs. The federal government, the District of Columbia does not have their own budget. Their entire budget works through the federal government. So they do not have the leeway that many of the other states do to authorize this and go their own way. They're restricted from doing it outside of medical cannabis. So what they did in order to get around that federal limitation, much like the international limitation that we'll face here, is they will authorize a patient to consume cannabis in order to treat their pain. And a self-certification will be adequate under that regime. So they're effectively creating adult use program with medical authorized for 18 or under with parental permission and 2 doctors signing off as a way to get around that medical restriction so that they can somewhat comply with federal law in the United States that's mirroring the international treaties. Home cultivation has been another hot issue. A lot of our big cannabis businesses that are working in a lot of these limited licensor states have been advocating against home cultivation in recent years, concerned that it will create competition for the market and reduce their revenue. That hasn't been the case. Home cultivation has been a lifesaver for many medical cannabis patients in states while markets get up and running. It's been absolutely necessary to sort of fill the gaps in short-term supply issues for those with real needs. And it has not been a significant contributor to the illicit market in any jurisdiction that I'm aware of. It's simply too difficult to grow at scale, and the home cultivation authorized is very limited. License limitations and barriers to entry have been pushing small businesses out of the market. Those have been a real problem. There's also a lot of consideration about new license types, social consumption, a micro business that would authorize the entire supply chain with a single license on a small scale with significant limitations. Like I mentioned before, the driving under the influence of drugs, and finally hemp. Hemp in the United States is a new development that's going to have a significant influence on the marketplace as well. The Farm Bill in 2008 authorized hemp to be produced regionally and domestically within the United States, and recent court decisions have concluded that any hemp extracts, any hemp-derived cannabinoid extracts are authorized pursuant to that hemp bill. The cannabis and hemp plants are obviously very similar. They contain many, many cannabinoids. Many of those cannabinoids are intoxicating, not just delta-8 THC, which is the one that we recognize. So we're seeing a flood of products in the market in the United States right now with intoxicating hemp-derived cannabinoids, specifically delta-8 THC, delta-10 THC. These are not specifically illegal pursuant to federal law, but they're now products that you can purchase on the internet, have delivered to your home, and are competing with illicit marketing in cannabis in the United States. Evidence of the importance of having a comprehensive approach here and making sure that we consider all of the products available. So what's next? Right now in the United States, we have 5 more states that will be considering legalizing cannabis pursuant to a ballot initiative. Once the legislative sessions start turning out again in January approximately, we're going to see some more legislative action at the state level as well. And federal reform, we do have an opportunity to enact safe banking law that would solve some of the federal conflicts related to cannabis under federal law. It's not going to be very comprehensive. The federal government has also been considering a lot of comprehensive reform, but the political environment is such in DC that cooperation among the two parties is quite difficult to come by. It's a bit of a dysfunctional environment, and I expect it will be about 5 to 7 years before we see adult use legalization in the United States. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Aziz, for giving us this comprehensive overview of the legal cannabis industry in the U.S. and how we got there. At this point, before we go into the question and answer, we would like to recognize the presence of the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, and we would crave his indulgence if he may wish to address us at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't intending to say anything, but since the chairman has called me, I want to say good afternoon to everyone. Say good afternoon to the head table. I just want to say just 3 short things. Listening to the lady on the tape, I realized that we are more advanced than we think. We have decriminalized the use of small amounts of marijuana. We have expunged records, and we have allowed people to grow 4 trees at home for now. So we should be proud of ourselves. Give ourselves a round of applause. Because sometimes as a country we sell ourselves short. We always see the glass half empty, and we find all the faults and all what's wrong, but we never see what's right. But I'm very encouraged that at least we seem to be on the right track as far as the cannabis business is concerned. I said something in the Parliament. I hope that when we get to the commercialization stage, the people who suffer the most benefit from it. We cannot allow another plantation economy. We can't. We can't allow we grow it and send it away and they send it back for us in finished products and etc. We can't allow that. So we have to understand that we must measure carefully, we must plan carefully, and I hope that we can have a system where the licenses that we give these licenses ensuring that regular people, ordinary people benefit, and not allow the big, what you call the big man to come and take everything away from us, and we remain at the same level. And the minister is clear on that, the cabinet is clear, and I want to also, as I'm saying, to thank the minister for the work she's doing as far as cannabis is concerned. And to tell you, the government will ensure that we create the enabling environment. But you also need to help us. You know, it's a change. It's a real change now. And sometimes I'd like if you tell the users of marijuana, at least, do not do it in the public. And the laws we have now allow people to smoke at their homes, and allow in bars and hotels, the laws allow you to be able to smoke in a designated area. These laws are available now in St. Lucia, they've passed, and we must use them. So let us work with the police and the people who haven't understood, who haven't made that change. And so let's not smoke in public, and let's not flaunt it, because we can take a whole good thing and throw it away. I want to thank you. I want to tell you, let's work together, and we see if we can make some money out of it also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. At this point, we will have some questions and answers for the panelists. We have 2 mics on either side. Go ahead. The gentleman in the green hat, and then Mr. Odlum.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh. Yes. Happy to be here. I'm Dr. Israel. I just had a couple questions. I'm glad to see you, Prime Minister, here. My first question was, I see Jamaica is here and some other people are here from other places. I was wondering why Minister Gaston Brown of Antigua wasn't here as well. I think he would be a very good person to invite for this kind of discussion. Oh, yes, yes. Yes, yes. So yeah, that's one thing. So my first question is really for farmers. I would like to know if the minister would advocate for farmers or people who have land to have marijuana farms, whether outdoor or indoor farms, for cultivation of the herb. If any kind of action would be considered for people who have land to use their land for farming on a wide scale.
The framework that we are pursuing will be all-encompassing, and it will seek to have cannabis in a medicinal, industrial, and research. It will have enabling legislation or interim legislation which will permit that construct as you would have enunciated. And so the industrialization of cannabis will see an increase in overall agricultural production. You will see cannabis becoming treated as if it were a normal agricultural product. It's a controlled framework, yes. Mr. Odlum?
Hello. Yeah, good day to all. Good afternoon, good evening. The very first question I would like to pose is, marijuana is a plant and not a drug, yet still I have not heard anything much from the Ministry of Agriculture concerning the cultivation of marijuana. I've heard from the medical field, I've heard from the industrial field, but we have not heard anything from the Ministry of Agriculture concerning the cultivation of, not a drug, but a crop. Yeah. Also, how can we expect to promote an industry when we starting by stifling the growth of the product we need to create the industry? We have not even started the industry yet, and yet still there are so many restrictions on even the cultivation. To me, we need to ease the restrictions on cultivation so we could have the raw material available for processing.
Okay, as we indicated, we're moving, this is a particular societal change. We're moving from prohibition to permitted use. And as we move along that continuum, there will be some enabling measures to address the issues that are being raised.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Annette Henry, and I am from Jamaica. I used to work at the Cannabis Licensing Authority, and I'm an attorney at law by profession. Indeed grateful to be here. Thanks to TNI and all the other persons who have invited us. Just to support my colleague, Vicky Hansen, I want to endorse what your Prime Minister said. Sometimes we have to start off with what we have, and I think we're in a good place in the Caribbean. What we ought to do, and I think we have said it, is lessons learned. So we have Jamaica to look at, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and so on. And as Caribbean people, we're here to help each other. Let us utilize the resources around us. But two recommendations that I would want to make, and I want to build on what my brother said about agriculture. One of my experience, because when I started at the Cannabis Licensing Authority, very small, 4 of us, they basically drew upon my legal skill. I was corporate secretary and I was a director of licensing and applications. 2 things we observed is that with drafting, we become frustrated if there are certain things we don't deal with at the beginning, your checklist. And one of the things that we observed is that the drafts person or those persons looking at the law try to be as expansive as possible. One of the challenge we have in Jamaica is that we didn't deal with the consequential amendments well. Having amended the Dangerous Drug Act, there are some other legislation that's they speak to cannabis in a very prohibited way. For example, I'll share with you. One such is our Agricultural Produce Act. And I want to endorse that. It is a plant. So what happened in Jamaica, we encourage agriculture, and there are certain benefits and basically those agricultural persons can get. So one of the things is that the farmers in the cannabis industry, they were not able to benefit from like duty concessions to get certain benefits from the manufacturing sector, because when we looked at the Agricultural Produce Act, it still doesn't recognize cannabis. So what should have happened when the Dangerous Drug Act was amended? They should have looked at the other laws that really prohibit. So therefore, farmers can't get the duty concession vehicles, and they can't get certain duties. So that is one recommendation I would make. Another thing that I would recommend also is how you treat with the plant. For example, when the plant is ready, because we say that we have to satisfy this international obligation, we tend to go too far. So one of the things that we asked our licensee to do in Jamaica is that they have to notify the Cannabis Licensing Authority when the plant is ready. And therefore, the Cannabis Licensing Authority will have to be there. And you will have to send in a request almost a week or 2 to say that we're going to be harvesting. I mean, a plant can't sit down and wait on mankind to come to your rescue. So therefore, I would recommend that understand the science of the plant. So therefore, when you're writing your policy and procedure manual, they are real. So what we had many times, the plant is there waiting on the human being to come and said, you can go ahead now and reap. Can't happen. So I'm asking as much as possible, engage your agriculturalists, and as much as possible, we have to work with the Ministry of Agriculture on this. It's not purely about the Ministry of Health, and it's not purely about others. It's all about agriculture along with the Ministry of Health and those other skill sets. So those are 2 I can share for now, based on my experience. So I kindly ask that we take those things into consideration as we move along.
All right, thank you.
Yes, greetings all. Emmanuel Alexander, THC, also part of the whole TNI and Fair Trade grouping. Very important, we've been talking about Sustainable Development Goals, which we're supposed to adhere to by 2030. We are now in 2022, exiting, and we come to 2023. Are we all aware that cannabis is featured in every single Sustainable Development Goal? Are we aware of that? Okay. We have the document here that says Cannabis and Sustainable Development Goals. And we have 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And in each goal, cannabis is featured. How about that? That's something that's very good and very positive for us. So we need now to think forward and to be able to make sure that we could look at the document. If we don't have a copy, try and get a copy of the Sustainable Development Goal and look at how cannabis features in here. Social justice, health, just name it. I was in a vehicle a couple of days in Labowie, and an elderly lady came to her and she said to her, "You're doing a good job, I like it, on the media, but the purpose of cannabis, I think it may be defeated." And she told me why. She told me, we have to be mindful that a lot of people just end up smoking cannabis just all around the place like this because smoking is illegal publicly. And it's a very vital point that this lady brought up. Because since cannabis has been decriminalized, and even before, we've just been smoking anywhere. You know, just by the bakery. We just pull up a spit, roll it by the bakery and think all is. No, we need to kind of like educate ourselves and our people on that. That's very, very important. Because she said that don't allow these persons to defeat the purpose, which is right. Because if we set up standards for smoking, we should adhere to the standards. I also realized persons on vehicles smoking a joint, they're riding, they make sure they have a joint in their hand, they're on their motorcycles. No! Yes, no, I'm not asking a question, I'm just actually making sure that we're all aware of this stuff. So I think these are the important things for us. That's why we are here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. On the Zoom platform, do we have any questions? Then we'll take Bongo Wisely. Okay, yes.
Blessed good evening to everyone. Give thanks for being here to have this vehicle moving forward. The question I have for farmers and people who have land, who's willing to farm, and also have some place where they could maybe have a little coffee or, you know, what are the standards of the different licenses to with that one individual in having 2 licenses, or maybe you could plant and still have somewhere you could distribute your own stuff. So kind of wondering how does that operate if one person having 2 different licenses, or how do we go about doing that? And the next question is, it's like, I was in Jamaica recently, and in order for me to get a smoke at the Kaya's Herb House, I had to go register. So the individuals who have these outlets where they will be selling to the public, is there any form of registration or these kind of things, kind of a little concern, you know? We want to know if you could just sit there and just have your weed and sell it, or if you have to register, or how does that work?
All right. When we host the next symposium, we'll be able to clearly denunciate how the licensing regime will be moving forward and how that framework will be. In the jurisdictions that you speak of, they both have medicinal cannabis. And in that medicinal cannabis framework, you must register, you must be a patient, and to smoke cannabis would be in permitted areas. In St. Lucia, we do not permit the smoking of cannabis in any public space. And other territories have also followed similar trends in keeping with the international health regulations, where smoking in public is not permitted. What has occurred is that some places which would have normally been public spaces have now been declared as private spaces, and they've been reclassified as private spaces. And so that is where you may be able in a smokehouse to put in a particularly designated smokehouse, it is a private space and not a public space, even if you can publicly access it.
Yeah, well, in that case, for example, me,
right.
I'm putting up a bar, I have studio there, they're gonna have a little Airbnb, you know, and I also have land where I'm interested in planting, or I'm planting.
Yes.
So, like our humble,
yes, you can have multiple licenses.
PM in Lucia.
You can have multiple licenses.
Yeah. So, They must have a designated space for that.
Smoking in public is prohibited.
Yeah.
If you have a license and you set up an establishment which is a private space, these things can be permitted in private spaces. But smoking in public is prohibited.
Yeah, well, I'm not too concerned about the public because, I mean, we all have been hearing that. We all know that. We should be considerate about it. Because I don't like people smoking cigarette besides me. I'm not a cigarette fan, so I'm assuming it's the same for the
your
conscious
establishment, depending on how you set it up, may continue to be a private place.
Thank you.
Okay.
Give thanks.
Yes.
that was my main question. Give thanks. It's a pleasure being here, give thanks for everybody who make it possible from neighboring countries, and yeah, it's a blessing.
All right, Mr. DeCaris, then.
Yeah. Madam Minister, I'm going to direct this question to you. About a month ago, I was passing Canaries, and the corporal in charge at the police station flagged me down and said, Mr. DeCaris, what about the educational program? People, what's happening? Yesterday, a corporal in Soufrière asked me about it, and the same corporal from Canaries. So about a month ago, he asked me about that, and then he asked me about it again, and then another corporal asked me about that. Also, too, you remember when I brought up the thing with the Rasta man who was held in a roadblock and they took away 5 spliffs? And then you said that you went to the commissioner. Okay, so I was on the block today and in Grosile, and it has happened again. A young man, I knew it was a Rasta. I said, a Rasta man, and they said yes. Was stopped in a roadblock with half an ounce, meaning 15 grams, by the police. It was taken away. So he said, no, officer, this is legal now. The officer threatened to lock him up, took away his weed, and said, the Prime Minister only said that nothing has been signed as yet. Can you clarify this? Or is there a disconnect between the government's directives and the police force? Does the rank and file know the new law, the decriminalization law? Because Rasta people are still being targeted and demonized and harassed. And I think, so where do we stand in this decriminalized regime when we have renegade police officers harassing Rasta people when they have legal amounts of cannabis?
Thank you, Mr. DeCaris. You know the conversation that we've had as a member of the committee. We've brought the matter before the High Command of the police force, and they have agreed that they need to work with us. So as members of the committee here, that's our next step. As we start this, we will work with the police first, but we are also, as you know, working on some public education announcements. So within the next 2 weeks, we will be in the media in a lot bigger way. But we will also prepare some workshops with the police. So I want to give you our word that within the next 2 weeks, you will see us being both in the public, in terms of public announcements, continually, as well as engaging the police at different workshops. Also, the medical personnel as well. It's an area that we need to do quite a bit of work on. So you will be seeing quite a bit of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Yes.
Go ahead, Bongo Wisely, then Dr. St. Rose, then Mr. Gittins.
Yeah. Yes, give thanks, greetings to each and everyone present here. We give thanks for the opportunity to be here today to discuss the Cannabis Symposium. Well, first, my name is Bongo Wisely Tafarai. Well, I'm speaking here today as the chairman of the Caribbean Rastafari Organization. Now, when we speak of Rastafari, a lot of people sometimes get carried away and say all kind of things. You know, feel well, Rastafari is just people who put locks or just smoking weed and so on. But Rastafari are the spiritual, mental, and intellectual children of the Most High. So we are not just anybody out there, specially chosen, specially called to perform such a mission. Now, as Rastafari, we see cannabis as a sacred plant, which is blessed with extensive medicinal, spiritual, nutritional, pharmaceutical, industrial, biological, intellectual, and therapeutic properties for the upliftment of humanity. Some people feel, well, weed is just there to make money. No, weed is there also for the upliftment of humanity, not just to make money. The money aspect is pertinent as well, but it is not the only factor. You know, so as Rastafari, we realize, we give thanks for the reform, the cannabis laws reform, which is taking place all now, and we embrace it fully. But we have to realize that cannabis, from since 2737 BCE, before Christ's era, the Chinese had already identified cannabis within their pharmacopoeia. And it's because of the importance, especially the medicinal and therapeutic aspect of the cannabis plant. Today, we are in 2022. The American government under Richard Nixon was responsible for that prohibition on the cannabis plant today. And as Brother Martin said, the prohibition, we all know it had no scientific background or basis. It was strictly racism and colonialism. That is why the prohibition was placed on the cannabis plant. And today we have, with all the reform taking place, all we hear is, yeah, for medicinal purposes alone, we do this and that for medicinal purposes. Now, to be on Schedule 1, that produce, meaning is a produce which has no medicinal value. And cannabis is still on Schedule 1 today. And yet we hear all the governments, yeah, we're legalizing for medicinal purposes and so on. And this sacramental, you all cannot sell it. This and that, you know, sacramental is very limited. I give thanks today. I heard that, you know, that sacramental is now being embraced, you know. But as we said earlier, the cannabis is part of our holistic livity. It's part of ourself as human being, you know. But people try to just use it for, well, it has all its purposes: industrial, therapeutic, psychological, spiritual, etc., you know. So what would I like to see? You know, the task force and whoever, even I give thanks for the presence of TNI, yes, who've been doing a great works. I give thanks for such works. We are not there to see the decriminalization of the cannabis plant. We want to see the legalization of the cannabis plant. Because for the plant to be criminalized, the plant never did anything wrong, you know. It never did nothing to no one. Yeah. And again, it's due to misinformation, a lot of people have end up abusing the plant, and sometimes there are effects if you abuse the plant. But with proper education, proper information, there's nothing to worry about. All those theories of cannabis is a gateway drug, All them things has been debunked right now. People are worried now if they legalize the cannabis plant, all the youths and them will run and start using cannabis. But Colorado has indicated that that's not true. You know, so I feel we really need to step up. You know, because that whole thing of just decriminalizing just for medicinal purposes, that's a joke. So we need to put pressure on the powers that be, starting from the United States of America, to see to it that the cannabis plant is removed from Schedule 1. Because Schedule 1 indicates that this thing has no medicinal value. And right now they're bragging medicinal cannabis. That is hypocrisy. You know, so these are the things we really want to see. And in ending, I have just one question, which I give thanks, Dr. King, you are here today. Although you kind of touch a bit on it, you know, on the importance of the cannabis receptors. You know, just like if you could and to break it down into layman's term, you know, the role of the cannabis receptors in our body, in our system, because the Creator knew why cannabis receptors would be within us, because of the symbiotic relationship between the cannabis receptors and the phytocannabinoids. You know, so I would like, if for the sake of all of I and I, if you could give us a role of the cannabis receptors within our body as it pertains to the consumption of cannabis. Give thanks.
Thank you, Bongo Wisely. And in fact, before I say something short about cannabis receptors, I would like to refer you, I think it's to, and you mentioned it, Vern, I think the Jamaican Ganja Commission report, there's a legal opinion in there about the importance of Rastafarianism as a religion, recognized as a religion, and how the United Nations overriding Charter of Human Rights recognizes the spiritual, religious rights of a people. And therefore, the Rastafari in the Caribbean are actually the population that is most able for us as governments, or for governments to argue to allow shall we say, the use of cannabis in the way that you are talking about. Okay? So I think it's important that CARICOM push. Even the CARICOM report mentions it. But let's go to the receptors. So I'll just give you this as an example. Just hold this. That's a picture of a receptor. Receptors are specialized proteins that are on the surface of cells. These receptors, when they are stimulated, they will cause certain chemicals within the cells to be produced, and these chemicals will then cause the cellular machinery to produce an effect. So for a cannabis receptor, let's take the CB1 receptor. The CB1 receptor is a G-coupled receptor, meaning that when it is stimulated, it will produce a set of chemicals that, well, they're really cyclic AMP and stuff. It's a whole cycle. But what that does is actually alter the way the cell, the chemicals within the cell and the way the cell behaves. Okay? So that's what receptors are. Cannabis or cannabinoid receptors are widespread throughout the body. The CB1 in the nervous system, the CB2 in the immune systems, and in fact, throughout all the cells in your body will have certain receptors that cannabinoids will relate to or will stimulate. So, and that is because, I think I mentioned earlier when I was speaking, the endocannabinoid system is a system of balance. It's a system of homeostasis. It's a system of control. So when a cell is activated in a particular way, the cannabinoids, the endocannabinoids, calm it down. They cause the cell to switch off from being stimulated in a particular activity, okay? I hope I'm making sense. That is what happens. Now, the phytocannabinoids are directly or similar in their structure and their relationship with the receptors, the endocannabinoids. And so that is why the phytocannabinoids behave just like the endocannabinoids when you take the phytocannabinoids in, okay? And that is how we as human beings, ourselves, were created and constructed. They were designed that way, and they function that way. This understanding helps us to appreciate how the cannabinoids work. Now, the other thing about the entourage effect that we talk about is that the receptor is not a simple response. So when THC, delta-9 THC, binds to a CB1 receptor, and if it was in a pure delta-9 THC, it would cause a certain amount of stimulation in that cell and cause a certain effect. When there are other cannabinoids, what happens is those receptors get bound by more than one of the cannabinoids, and it alters the way that THC works. That's why the entourage effect is different, is alters based on the types of chemicals that we have, which cannabinoids we have, which terpenes we have, which flavonoids we have. All of them work together to cause a cell to behave in a particular way. I mentioned when I was talking that it is a complex system that we ourselves are still grappling with to truly understand the implications. That's where the research comes in. So that is why different products, so for instance, a particular plant that has a particular set of chemicals in a particular ratio will cause a particular effect, which will be beneficial for a particular medical condition. But that same formulation may not work well for another ailment we're trying to address. So what you're finding in the research, we need to see how we can best design or develop products that stimulate the cells or cause the cells to be stimulated in a particular way to cause the kinds of effects we truly want. You with me? And I think as we go forward, we're going to learn much more and as to how we can use this plant for health benefits. But to do that, we need the legal regime to do the research effectively, right? That's very important. And I just wanted to mention on the recreational side, you know, as doctors, we need to, and I think we all know this, human beings are not just physical beings. We are emotional beings, we are mental beings, we are intellectual beings, we are spiritual beings. So when you look at a human being in a holistic way, or when you look at a community in a holistic way, and you're looking at how cannabis should be regulated in a holistic environment, it changes the conversation. Because it's not just the physical effects of cannabis that we are talking about. It's much more than that. And your intervention allows us to mention that. Because cannabis, like any product, is more than just a physical reaction, okay? There's an emotional, there's a mental, there's a spiritual, depending on you and your relationship with this plant and your understanding of it. That is why, in fact, Rastafari's use of cannabis is often very different, and the effect is very different from a non-Rastafarian use. Look at our youth. You look at our Rastafarian youth in St. Lucia and how they relate to cannabis to how a non-Rastafarian youth relates to cannabis, and you see a big difference, right? That is the understanding of the plant, that is the understanding of, and the appreciation of that relationship. And this is what the legal environment is supposed to engender, encourage, and facilitate. So that is what I think, as we speak, we go forward. You mentioned about let the science guide the law. Yes, but the science is not just the hardcore physical medical science, it's also the social science. It's for want of a better word, it's the spiritual science, right? So as a people, I hope that we can be wise enough to design our regime in that manner. But thank you for your intervention.
All right.
Greetings. First of all, let me thank all the presenters. Most of all, Sister Emma, give thanks for everything you have been doing for us so far, right? Because you have carried the battle for many years. Give thanks for that. And Brother King is just like one of us. Based on what was said here today, quite a few has been said here. And my word is really a caution for us at the local level. I think we have many ganja planters, or cannabis planters, to use the correct word, in this country. However, we have a segregated approach or fragmented approach towards how we operate as an entity. Now, Wisely made a point about the holistic approach of a Rastaman, the spiritual being and everything. That is so true. But I think in ganja planting, I think we need to start to adopt that kind of thinking. Because the Prime Minister said he wants to make sure that we benefit. All right? Now, if we are not together, we are divided, how are we going to benefit? So I think for the planters there, we should start thinking of how we can unify, have a more unified approach as to how we go about this thing. Because the market is so large and there's so much to gain that one planter in his own zone can never capitalize or maximize what there is to benefit. So I think in the various regions, brothers should see how they can come together and say, well, this is our zone, we'll operate from that standpoint. Another area, the same kind. I think that's the kind of approach we need. All right? Now, why that is important? Because if you look at the banana industry, St. Lucia alone could have never met the demands of the European market. That's why we had the Bonaire Islands approach. Now, the same thing is going to happen to the cannabis, and you cannot stop it. All right? If you're going to meet the market internationally, there are going to be certain things that you have to do, even the kind of seeds you use. So if I am a planter, I will look at two approaches. One, the international market, and my local or sub-regional market. So I'm going to have seeds that will meet the demand at that level and seeds for the other level. All right? So I think that broadness, so that's why I'm saying today it was good to open up the minds of the various people as to the kind of approaches you're going to have to utilize for us to conquer. Now, at the upper level, when you have an issue or concern or problem, which is what we had, ganja was not legalized, so we had an issue. All right, we put in legislation in place. So we have policy to support legislation. Now, obviously, that alone is not enough. Brother Quint mentioned the lack of agriculture playing a role. So that means we need to have a program. Now, that program has to come from the agricultural sector. He has left already. That has to come from the agricultural sector. So the agricultural sector will have to drive that program along with the various persons that are involved, you know. So we're moving into a new dimension that it cannot be just one group of persons. It's a holistic approach. All right, and I just pray that we move forward in a kind of harmonious kind of way and a unified way. There's a lot more to be said, but I think that was important for me to bring out.
All right, thank you. Dr. Centros.
Greetings to one and all, you know. My name is Bongo Sealer, High Priest Sealer from the Nabi. My name is Bongo, High Priest Sealer from the Nabi Theocracy community in Antigua. And I'm also a representative of RFL, Rastafari Food for Life, which is a company that the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda granted the first license, a free license as a reparatory justice to the Rastafari community for the atrocities and all the economical marginalization that the Rastafari community suffer and the destruction of I and I family. What I and I try to say now, within a small realms, good doctor, we know that most likely that most of the imbalance with the cannabis is within the person itself. Because for instance, certain strains of cannabis is not supposed to be administered to certain people. For example, a person that is, let's say, a psychoactive, a crazy person, a mad person, you cannot administer sativa herb to that person. You have to administer indica herb, which have an effect on the body. Another thing to the government. In Antigua, the Rastafari community, as a human rights, as we are considered, our elder King Frankai had a constitutional motion within the constitution he's passed and give Rastafari as a right to a religion within the constitution of Antigua and Barbuda. So when we as the church gather, even in the public, I will ask how it go in St. Lucia. Is the church can carry out smoking when we gather together with people as to carry out Nyabingi? Because we are allowed in Antigua, in our space. I not say for go among other people, but when we want to carry out the churchical administration, we are allowed to carry on our sacramental use. How it goes in St. Lucia. Blessed Lord.
We don't know that there's any restriction on the exercising of your religious rights.
I am not certain for the Constitution. We don't have any particular specific clause for Rastafarian in the Constitution at present. But I believe there are certain things that are allowed to happen even though it is not prescribed in law. Because I do not, from my memory, I need to correct me, our local brethren here, I do not believe that the police usually intervenes, even without any of the changes in the current legislation. I don't believe if you are in your own space, I don't believe the police have ever interfered in that section. So you have to guide us on that, I'm not sure. They've not.
No, the church. My home is just a fence that divides my home from the church. Yeah, so you could say I live on the grounds of the church. And my home was invaded by police.
All right.
Now I think we filed a constitutional motion against the government. Yeah, I was saying, well, as you said, Madam Minister, last year the police invaded my premises. Both me and my son was taken down. And presently we've filed a constitutional motion against the government. The hearing has gone, but the magistrate who was presiding over that thing, he said he had to go through the final stage and all is left is for him to deliver the judgment. That was around December last year. All now, when I inquire, we heard that he was transferred, taken away from and sent to criminal thing, and up to now, nobody can hear what become of that judgment. So there's still a lot of atrocities going on, madam.
All right. Dr. Centros?
Yeah, thanks very much for this symposium. And I say thanks very much for the symposium. And, well, persons have already thanked people like Pancho, Dr. King, and, you know, the cannabis movement and Rastafari for keeping things going. I just wanted to mention the fact that I was on this commission which, you know, was disbanded in 2019. And just about that time, we were about to put the list of persons who were imprisoned for marijuana to be expunged. And we're in 2022 now, and I'm still hearing that it's a procedure which is not even an easy procedure to complete the process. So please, if you know, that could be expedited. Now, congratulations on having the task force, but I think, you know, so many things have to be done to get things right that it's probably a good idea to have some committees looking at various aspects. For example, the education, which we've been talking about for a long time, in particular to the training of the medical practitioners, please, because I understand, you know, that there are times when it's only on prescription you can get the cannabis. And if you don't train your physicians, how will that happen? So please get that going in parallel as well. So I just wanted to point out these 2 points, you know, to train the physicians so that they're able to do their work, not to impede the process, And probably the task force needs some subcommittees to help with this work that needs to be done.
All right. Thank you.
Give thanks, give thanks,
There
give
are,
thanks.
there are subcommittees on the task force, education and health, and we do have active engagements with both the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education. We would also remind persons that the task force has embarked on a framework which seeks to ensure that we are first legal in any of the interventions. Nothing can proceed if it is not within the ambit of the law. And even while Pancho spoke earlier, we need to continue to remind persons the police are empowered to observe and uphold the law. So notwithstanding the accommodations of up to 30 grams, if the police have probable cause to execute their duties, we must not conflate the two issues. Even if you have a minimum amount of cannabis on your person, that may not be the only reason why the police may stop you in the execution of law enforcement activities. We do intend to have the police present at our next symposium, and so that persons can freely engage with the police so that we can explain some of the issues in terms of law enforcement.
Give thanks.
Yes.
Rastafari.
No, we hope that the police are not stopping you only for less than 30 grams. We do hope that.
Give thanks.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Yes,
Gittins.
yes, Ansem Giddens from the Metrology Department of the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards. I heard the Honorable Prime Minister talk about measuring carefully in the cannabis industry. And from my department's perspective, one of the things we're concerned about is the actual buying and selling of the cannabis product when the legalization is there. We know that people use small scales to actually sell their marijuana, and the issue of the 30-gram limit comes into mind. And from our perspective, what we like to see is that people start using legal for trade jeweler scales. Those are scales that actually been approved for use in the commercial transactions, and which the Bureau of Standards can actually seal to ensure that there is no fraud taking place in the transaction. And the same thing can apply to the police too, because at some point you can challenge the police as to how they could determine by looking at the joint that is less than 30 grams or more than 30 grams. Okay, so at some point the police will have to get legal for trade scales to actually be able to do their work. Okay, that's something for consideration.
Yes.
Give thanks.
Thank you.
Give thanks. Yeah. Give thanks.
Yes.
Foundation, you
go
coming?
ahead.
Yeah, I give
Ras
thanks.
Levi.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, give thanks in the name of Rastafari. First thing first, I believe it is almost like a disservice, because we're talking about the task force. Anyway, my name is Levi. I'm a member of the task force, and I represent Rastafari, especially the House of Nyabingi. I'm saying I believe it is a disservice of mentioning about the task force, but no one have asked us to identify ourselves as who are the members of the task force inside of this place. Yeah, who are the members of the task force? We could stand up for people to see who was dealing with this ganja, the marijuana, this cannabis work on their behalf. Yeah, man. You can't be afraid. Yeah, man. Member, yeah, member of the task force. I first have to give, yeah, you can't be afraid. You can't be afraid. You can't be afraid. The people have to know us, We're working on their behalf. We might even get a little stipend, we don't know. You understand me? So they have to know who is working on the behalf. Give thanks. Yes, man. Again, I want to say, and it was mentioned, and I was on the first commission, the Cannabis Commission, under the supervision of the QC, Michael Gordon, myself, I can recall, but the Pancho. Give thanks. We've commenced the work, we did some work, and the work is now still ongoing. I want to express the views of the
even the minister that is sitting there right now. Yeah, man. The minister, I can say, she is very much kind of almost frustrated. Yeah. She and myself, we have expressed this thing on the task force. That thing should have been expedited, and this industry should have been established a long time ago if it's for the minister that is there. Am I right, Madam Minister? Yeah, give thanks and praises, man. Yeah, according to the Constitution of St. Lucia, you know what I mean? It is enshrined in the Constitution that no one should try to stop us in terms of our observances, whether in private or in public, under God, wherever we preach. And our sacrament has to be defended and has to be respected, because we are religious people as far as Rastafari. So the Constitution of St. Lucia gives us that right, you know what I mean, to stand up, you know what I mean, without any apologies, to demand, you know what I mean, and to make our recommendations in terms of the cannabis, and ask of whoever, I mean, that is in charge, that the cannabis should not be harassed. The herb itself, as it said from the beginning, that even before we were born, all the Asians and everybody used to use the herb. I also want to make a recommendation that the Caribbean regional report of the cannabis, because going through the whole island with the first commission, that was my book. We need to pay more respect to this this document that was written under the auspices, under the supervision of Professor Marie Bell Antoine. You understand? We need to look deeper into that document, Dr. King. You know about it too. I mean, Pancho knows about it. We had it all about in the place. The recommendations of this, coming from this, this report, page 53, page 63, and the many other pages talking about the protection of the small farmers. It is telling us about, even before the people who are there right now, the administration, I mean, put all their draconian thing in place, you know what I mean, in order to stop us from using the herb and to penalize us. Yeah, prohibitionist regimes. You understand? You see, and all the reason why they had this thing there, because of fears with the alcohol industry. It is in the document. This document is like a Bible for me, you know. Yeah, but we must get hold of this document, you know what I mean, and to revise or to go through the document in whatever we are doing. The other thing again I want to touch again is to what we talk about the licenses. Those licenses, as the Jamaican people talk about, I mean, exorbitant. The poor farmers can't afford this thing. They cannot. And we're talking about investors coming and mafias coming in wherever countries they are. We cannot afford those things. So we have to look into it, and Rastafari talk about reparative justice. Yes. You understand that? That reparative justice is coming in many forms. Even Sila talk about it, the priest, high priest of the Nyabingi from Antigua. I mean, we should be exempted as paying any licenses and licenses as far as the herb is concerned. We should be exempted. Yeah, man, and the Prime Minister apologizes to the people. We should be exempted. You understand? Yeah, we are talking about to have a fund. I mean, coming from all the sales of the of the cannabis, where they could have a fund, you know what I mean, so that our people, our Rasta children, and all the people who have suffered, you know what I mean, can get what you call scholarships out of those funds to educate the people. I mean, those people who have some problems in terms of this cannabis illness and whatever, can get some kind of finance to address the medical fees. Yeah, man. So these are the things we are looking into, and we have people right now. We're talking about the whole to expunge all those small amount of herb people are caught with, and they are now languishing at the prison. I also want to inform the people again that I am involved in a chaplaincy program at the Bodily Correctional Facility, that is the prison, where we got enough information from Brother King the last time from the prison, submitted, but I haven't heard about anyone being expunged for this thing. In terms of names, there's no kind of directory to tell you Jack Brown, Mary Jane, or Peter, whatever, or Peter Pan. We need to have the directory, visible, and make it known to the nation, whether it be on whatever website. We need to have it. I also want to mention about those people who are actually, it is a livelihood for them. We have to deal with what you call sustainable livelihoods when it comes to the herb itself. There are some people in certain communities I am aware of. The medical bills is from the herb. To take a vacation to go to the United States or wherever in Ghana, they have to is money from the herbs. The school children, to buy the books and uniform to attend school, the money for all that is coming from the herbs. You have to see a doctor now. The money is coming from the herbs. So we need to address those people. And they are very much hungry, Brother Vern, as I mentioned to you the last time. The people who want to see us with those PR, that education program, so that we could meet with them, discuss with them, they could give us direction and participate in whatever we are doing. I don't want to mention communities, and we know about it. So I give thanks for being here as a member of the task force and our contribution. And it's based on our contribution here, whereby everyone you're seeing inside of being here. Give us ourselves a round of applause for this thing. Yes. I will not take much of it again, because I noticed but the foundation or whoever, or Congo Black and those brethren from the Nyabingi House, the Churchical Foundation of Rastafari. I did tell them, what happened, you know what I said to them? We send down the names, but that is not enough. We have to make our presence felt in this house, for people to know we are the movers and the shakers of this cannabis wood sound that is going on all over the place. You understand that? So I will just end up with a prayer. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren and sisters to dwell together in love and unity. It is like the precious ointment that was poured upon our heads that went down our precepts, even our precepts that went down to the skirts of our garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the whole of mountains of Zion, for the King Rastafari commanded the blessings even life forever and ever. Blessed be the Most High. The last thing, a question was asked to Wise, I should seal up there, about have the police ever invaded our moral institutions? Yes. We used to move all the time, years and years and years, and police used to pass around and nothing. But the same day they entered his premises, his home, the tabernacle, well, he's only actually in the grounds of the tabernacle. It is just about a 4 minutes walk. They reached the tabernacle. But when they reached there and they saw the herbs there, you know what they did? They left it alone, man. Left it alone. That is tabernacle. The laws and the power and the irids, or the spirit of the Almighty, actually, they couldn't do anything. And Brother Island was the one at the tabernacle. Give thanks, Rastafari, and everybody in this tower. Blessed Lord.
Go ahead,
Mike.
Mike.
I remember our headquarters that told me before.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Blessed love, greetings everyone.
Greetings, my brother.
I would like to welcome each and everyone, and for having such a wonderful symposium today, because I really give thanks, for coming here today and seeing brethren and sisters representing such an occasion. Because 40 years ago, that symposium would have never taken place, Yeah, and I give thanks, for the knowledge that is increasing, for seeing the tribulation my foreparents, you know, my brethren and sisters go through in Mount Jimmy, you know. And I see right now that the symposium is taking place about marijuana. I say, well, you know, that is a big hats off for I, you know, because that couldn't take place a long time, you know. And I seen, well, all of I coming here today and making it happen. I give thanks, you know, and Rastafari bless I and keep I in one love and unity that I could continue, you know, to push on that works, you know, and make it a reality. You know, I wish each and every one there more strength in what you are doing. Keep it up. Rastafari guide I. Blessed love.
I just want to say something lastly. It's going to be short. But most of what we've spoken about was focused on the planter. But what about the juggler? All the people on the roadside, where I buy my herb from. That dude there in the purple, that's give me the hardest weed. Okay? He has to take his 5 bags and put it in a little bag and go in a derelict house under a stone. And I have to go there and say, hey, and he has to do that. This is an embarrassing situation. So not only the planter we have to feed, because he's feeding his family. He has little kids that he walks to school every day. He's a hard-working man. He's on the block from 6 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock in the night. When people work to 8 to 4 and do their 8 hours, he's doing 20 hours, 16 hours, supplying people who need herb. So let us not forget the juggler. And we have to bring the juggler in this space because he, too, is part of the ganja industry. Because without him, nobody going up in the hills to the planter to get the weed. It's because of him we get supplied our weed. So when we're looking at this space, we must look at the juggler. And as the man from the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards said, we need to move into that space where when you go to buy your weed, it's in a glass bottle so that you could open it up, smell it, look at it, say, give me 2 grams of the Jimmy, and the Jimmy might be high grade, so that it might be at $20 a gram for the Jimmy Red, but it might be $5 a gram for the Piton Gold. Just like how black and white cost more than Jewels, so too they should have herb like that. So one, you put your herb so that the consumer could see it, he could smell it, and he could choose it, weigh it out. And therefore, the juggler gets a fair deal, and the person who buying the herb gets a fair deal. So remember that don't forget the juggler, because plenty people sending their kids to school by juggling. They may not be up in the hills working like agriculturalists, but they are working just like anybody who has a cabaret. And we look at a man with a cabaret as a business person, that's a business person too.
Mr.
Yeah, give thanks and praise. Greetings in the name of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I. And I greet all the Ethiopians, everyone of I and I who have come from near and far to make this activity or symposium a possibility. My question there today, since we were brought up in a system where cannabis was the #1 drug and not cocaine, you see? Because as a youth, I attended school and we had drug-free day, and then say no to drug, and then the #1 drug on the heading would be cannabis, marijuana if you have to say. And still I see our youths, most of our youths are absent today. So my question today to the minister or Mr. Vern is that will this education or knowledge be implemented in the schooling curriculum?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Good night. Good night to everybody. Good night to everybody.
Yes.
I have a simple question. I heard earlier on you mentioned about getting licensing for who want to have it in a shop, who want to export, who want to cultivate, license for cultivating, right? I think that's a very good thing, right? But I would like to know how soon you're looking at that? Because we're talking about that in 2022. I don't want 2023, 24, 25 come and nothing being done. You understand? So how soon are you looking at that?
Well, we have a commitment from the Office of the Attorney General to have the draft legislation before the end of this year. And before that, there will be an interim step with enabling legislation, which we hope should be available by our next symposium. And so,
when is that going to be?
The next symposium will be on the 30th of November. This year. Go ahead.
Hello, good night. All right, good night to everybody. Thank you for this avenue. It's been a long time coming. My name is Danny Edmond. I actually might be one of the only St. Lucians born in St. Lucia and working in the cannabis industry in Portland, Oregon, USA. Right? So I actually have experience with a legal cannabis industry, although I now work here in St. Lucia. So some questions for the task force, and right now there are questions, but you might be able to answer them, but even though you can't answer them right now, it's things that you should be considering for the next symposium and before you go live with legislation locally in St. Lucia. Upon reading the draft sample legislation, I had a few queries. So the licensing numbers and decisions on who is going to be licensed, especially for distribution. I saw that there were only 2 licenses for distribution, so I was wondering what were the criteria for that, and as well as will there be a limit on licensing numbers for the other licenses within the cannabis industry. Also, how will be taxes be handled? Will there be a tax-free for certain medical holders and certain businesses and licenses? Will there be a tax hierarchy? How will be taxes be collected? Things of that nature. A very important thing that was happening in the US and is still happening is banking. Will banks be made aware of cannabis legalization, just like the police? Banks have to come on board as well. Otherwise, this won't work as well as we think it will, because without the banking, people have to store all the cash under the stone, like the brother said, in the mountains. And yeah, all right? So you need access to your money to actually be considered a proper business, right? The record keeping was on the cannabis legislation draft. How is record keeping going to be enforced? How is it going to be handled? Have people considered technology in that sense, having a technological system to enable and help with record keeping, so that in the future you can have that data down the line to say you have that many licenses, people on Mount Jimmy growing that much cannabis per year, all these kind of things, weather data for the Bureau standards, all these kind of things kind of tie into one another. Record keeping and having that data from the time you start in 2023, hopefully, till 10 years down the line, you can say this is where we were and this is where we come from and this is where we are now, right? And then a comment, I strongly recommend that you consider putting in a recreational and adult clause in there, right? Mainly because right now it's decriminalized, but when you decriminalize, you assume that everybody who is using cannabis right now in St. Lucia is doing it for medicine, which we know is not really the case, right? And then we assume everybody who's growing their 4 plants at their home is doing it for medicine, which is not really the case. So, since we are very smart individuals here and we know that's not really the case, we should put something in place that at least everybody can benefit and say, we understand that people are doing this for recreational use, and these are the taxes related to that, and so on and so forth, and make it easier for those people, right? That's it for now. You can answer.
All right. Thank you for your questions. Some of them are live issues which are currently being dealt with in the framework. And by the next symposium, we would be able to share with you how the licensing regime and what the regulatory framework for St. Lucia will look like. Any other questions? We note there were a couple questions in the chat and online before we go to Prophet Alem. and he may be our last. You have another? Okay, so we'll take two last persons. Go ahead, Prophet Alem, because we don't see anything in the chat as yet.
Blessed love again, give thanks for life continually. Honorable Prophet Rodney Field, also known as Honorable Prophet Alem, the chairman of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, also a member of the task force. You know, give thanks for everyone present, especially the Honorable Minister here. So far I've seen, I'd like to congratulate the Minister on the work she's been doing and the way she's been paying attention to our concerns when it comes to the legalization of cannabis and marijuana. But what we need to remember is that we have our basic rights and our constitutional rights. Our Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 18, also reflected in Section 9 of our Constitution, gives us the right to have cannabis and use cannabis even as a faith. And this is some of the things that we need to look forward into. But we did have cases pending in the courts right now. We are waiting a decision which should have been granted since January, from what they promised the plaintiffs. One was brought by ICANN, one also, I'm trying to remember his name right now, it just kind of slipped my mind. And I was actually fundamental in bringing forth that case. It's been years now I've been trying to get lawyers to challenge the government concerning the laws on cannabis when it pertains to I as Rastafari, you know. And as a Bobo Shanti member, you know, we say that, you know, herb is free still, you know. It's really man that's been incarcerated. Because nothing is done to marijuana, really and truly, you know. It's man and man who's facing it. And give thanks for what they have put in place when it comes to us being in possession of 30 grams of cannabis and not being arrested for such, you know. But I certainly think that it should go further than this, you know, because remember one of our current ministers, prior to the election, he said if he had a choice, he would have gone to Borderley and free everyone for cannabis. And my point on that is if we are going to go into a regulatory framework concerning quantity, because if now man will be able to plant and handle even bigger quantities, let's say pounds, right? Why should people still be responsible or still have records concerning the quantity, even if it was intended to supply or whatever it was at that point in time, because right now we will be supplying. So as we are saying, in St. Kitts and Nevis, what I'm thinking is maybe the judgment has been stalled so the government could regulate. Because in St. Kitts what happened is they gave the people the amount, any amount of any quantity to be in their possession until the government regulates it. So I'm thinking it would be counterproductive if the AG's office, if cannabis now was in the courts and they allow us to have any quantity following the St. Kitts judgment, because I mean it's the same type of jurisdiction. So what I'm saying is, what I asked for as being a part of the Cannabis Task Force was that we change not only the law, but we change our mentality towards cannabis. And we cannot look at it as if we are legalizing something that is dangerous. You understand? Which I get the feeling from most of our society that they are legalizing something that is dangerous to the people. You understand? So our mentality has to be changed. I mean, we give thanks for everyone being present, and we know that we don't have much time. So that's just what I'm going to add to it. Blessed Lord.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening.
Yes.
I want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to be here, especially Pancho. What I gathered today here is about all the growers and people who want to take part into the whole cannabis industry. My main concern is the farmers and the growers and everybody who decide to do stuff with cannabis is knowing your strain and knowing your plant, knowing exactly what effect your product or your plant or your candy or your oil has on your customers. In particular, how long does it take effect into them, even before prescribing it to them. Try to find out as much about their condition, their health benefits, their health condition and so forth, before prescribing them or before introducing them to any cannabis products. The main concern is knowing your plant, knowing your strain, and what effect it has. The second thing is, if we decide to take part into that industry, we definitely have to start doing the works by keeping a good inventory, knowing how long this particular plant, knowing your seeds, the time of growth, and so forth. I think knowing this, it would take us a long way to the starting of the line. Thank you, that's my contribution.
Okay, thank you. One of the things we can respond is that the industry that we propose will be based on standards, quality, and a public health approach. Part of that we'll see in the next 60 days, the public comment on a suite of standards to be adopted in St. Lucia, specifically with regard to cannabis, its quality management, the technical requirements of cannabis production, horticulture, industrial hemp. We also can inform that the National Agricultural Diagnostic Facility is fully operationalized, and that will support the industry. Earlier, the comments were about agriculture. Cannabis is an agricultural product, and for us to see a sustainable industry, we need to ensure that we have a holistic approach, that the entire society is engaged, and that the requisite safeguards are in place. Right? At this point, I would like to thank the members of the task force. I'd like to thank...
Glenn.
Oh, you haven't... All right, go ahead before we close.
I just want to introduce him before he says anything. Manjob, his name is Manjob, and he is the eldest Rastaman in our community.
Okay.
75 years old. And he's also the oldest in relation to our levity and everything as an elder in St. Lucia. Over 50 years living the life of a Rastaman. So Manjob, say whatever you have to say now.
Greetings each and everyone.
Greetings.
As the Bengali Vice say, my name is Manjob. Where is... Greetings each and everyone. As Bengali Vice say, my name is Manjob. It's good to be here today to see what are taking place about the marijuana, because I'm been marijuana from 1969, and like enough things actually happened already, even between my man and myself. In this time there, I see it taking a step, and it might be a positive step or Rastafarian. But marijuana never been a plant like to see that is a thing that dangerous as they have it, because it's just a plant like any other plant. But they been have marijuana as a dangerous plant and putting man in prison and holding man for marijuana. So I think it's the time to free it up, because it's always been free. But what I'm asking for, and I really want, is like Rastafarian is supposed to pay no kind of money for no kind of license for marijuana. So, I mean, Rastafarians should get a reference to have a free license for marijuana. I would like to see that happen, because they are the one that bring all the pain for all the time and arresting and criticize and say they are madman because they spoke in marijuana. And now they want to use marijuana as a medicine, so they could definitely see what Rasta was saying is true. Because Rastafari is italivity, so you use the herbs. And marijuana is a part of herbs. Marijuana is something Rasta used to make tea with it, cook it in the food, smoke it, do different things with it. So give thanks to free up the herbs. I will have that. Give thanks to everyone.
All right. Thank you. Sure, go ahead.
Give thanks. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Laren. My husband and I co-own Philo St. Lucia. We make about 40 different products, and 10 of them we've been developing in anticipation for this legalization. The brief point I wanted to raise is that our colleague from the United States raised the point that in a matter of about 2 years, the state of Colorado, which was the first to fully legalize in the United States, was able to have basically an infrastructural revolution. The standard of schooling in Colorado skyrocketed so that it became a model state. The roads got better. Just an absolutely dynamic number of changes were brought to the state of Colorado that all the citizens were able to enjoy, whether they participated in the cannabis industry or not. One thing that I've heard very little about is how the raging bull, shall I say, of revenue that is going to come from the full legalization, how that revenue is going to be channeled and used. One of the ways that Colorado was most effectively able to harness this without subjecting it to the vagaries of regime change was by institutionalizing it in their constitution. So it's not a law in Colorado, it's a constitutional provision in Colorado that the revenue must be used first for the education of children and then for the health care and various other social support systems. I would urge the St. Lucian government and all the members of the task force to very carefully consider how much of an improvement could be made on the lives of every single St. Lucian if we were to very carefully chart out how this revenue can be used, who can use it, who has access to it, and how that's going to be protected through the upcoming regime changes as we go through election after election for the forthcoming 50 or 100 years. So just wanted to give you that and give thanks.
All right, thank you. So as we draw to an end, I would like to thank everyone for their attendance here today. We would especially like to thank the Honorable Minister for her support through the task force, Dr. King, Mr. DeCaries, Dr. Marshall Emmanuel, Ms. Aziz, and Ms. Hanson was left for their presentations on the task force. We'd like to also thank the representatives of ICA, the Ayanola Council for the Advancement of Rastafari, the representatives of the Nyabingi Foundation, the representatives of the St. Lucia Cannabis Movement, the representatives of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, the representatives from various ministries and the public and private sector. We'd also like to thank our friends from the NPC, who've also, NCPC, who've been here giving us support. At this time, I'd like to just thank everyone, and we look forward to meeting with everyone again at our next symposium on the 30th of November. On Saturday, we have a closing session at Bay Gardens at 7 p.m. And yes, everyone is welcomed. And we also will invite you to some packaged refreshments in the kitchen as well.
It's bigger, better, expanded. Productivity Awareness Week 2022 under the theme Expanding National Consciousness Towards Greater Productivity.